take your seats. Okay. Hi. Whenever you're ready, find a spot. Keep your coffee safe. Great. Welcome, everyone, to the third conference of the Social Developers Club. Come in. Yeah, it's still okay. This is where the people come together. People who work in the IT, people who use it, people who love it, people who are fascinated by it, and maybe even those who hate it and hate what it's doing to their good old way of doing things, which basically includes just about everyone on the planet. And sure, when you think of the IT branch, you might think of an ordinary, middle-aged, white European man. But the Social Developers Club is anything but ordinary. It's founded by two extraordinary people, Julia and Sabina, who are staying in the background because they're too cool. They founded the club in 2018 and set out to make the IT world a little better. And by better, I mean more embracing, more supporting, more accepting of those of all racial, sexual, gender, ability levels, religious, socio-economic backgrounds, basically just about everyone on the planet. And this sounds like quite a simple thing, but it's actually still an issue that needs addressing, and that's why we're here today. Social Developers Club organize workshops, meetups, and of course, awesome conferences. You have a chance today to take part in some of the workshops. If after today you still feel you didn't get enough of the Social Developers Club, there is always their regular meetups, which cover great topics such as ChatGPT, of course, but also going beyond the hype of generative AI, metaverse, blockchain, crypto, but also other less world-shattering topics, which are still meaningful to the developers, but also other branches. All the meetups are designed in a way that people of all skill levels can take part, so you don't have to be intimidated by that. And more importantly, the meetups are about networking, socializing, opportunity to connect with like-minded people and share your experience and insights, which is basically the point of today as well. So welcome again to this event, which I see as a celebration of this great mission, and I'm honored to be part of it. I want to say thanks to the sponsors that make this possible for us to come today, and for SAE in Hamburg, which is the most modern school for creative media and industries, for hosting us again this year. To Solana, Superlumina, Infomotion, and Project Joker and Kühnenagel for providing the workshops for today. Flaschenpost for the drinks you will find in the back, and Maui for lunch. They'll come later. Today you will have a chance to hear from some great people who will share their experience and knowledge with you. And I don't mean just the speakers. I mean the speakers are definitely amazing and it will inspire us today. I don't want to downplay them. But also each and every one of you that are here today in the audience. You bring your story, you bring your experience, and even expertise that might be valuable to somebody else. Which brings me to the first rule of today, because of course there are rules. They're here to control the fun. So during breaks, naturally little groups and clusters will form. And I'm asking you to be mindful of those that are not as open and comfortable joining groups, and leave your circles always a little open as a backman, so that this little barrier becomes even smaller. You are, of course, allowed to use your phones, and you'll find the Wi-Fi username and password on the walls all over the place. If you need help, let me know. There is one there. These are the social media channels where you are free to post, tag, repost, do fun things, and make this event even more popular online. Water and tea is in the kitchen. I think most of you figured it out by now. Otherwise, breakfast, lunch, and soft drinks are here behind this wall in the room. There are 4 toilets. 2 are here in the back. If you go all the way to the back to the right, and the other 2 are all the way in the back over there, so you will have to go into the entrance area against the glass wall, and then either to the end of the hallway that way or the end of the hallway that way. I could also be working on a plane. So that's the toilets. Coats and backpacks you can leave on the coat rack, but nobody's responsible for it, so you have to kind of trust in the community that's here today. There are a couple of fun things going on throughout the day that I want to bring to your attention. So the first one is a bug challenge. There are posters for it here on the wall. And if you sort of go towards the direction of the toilets, I explained here. For the toilets, you turn right. For the bug challenge, you turn left. And the point is you check some code, see if you can find a bug. And if you find it and solve it, there are some really cool prizes. Nobody said anything. So that's something that's going on throughout the day. Then there is a podcast, Unmuted, who is these 2 young ladies in the front are hosting it, talking about IT and the community. So if you always wanted to take part in the podcast, but it was kind of an intimidating experience, now is your chance to do it in a safe place and test it out. Felix, okay, brought a tiny makerspace, which is in front to the left, where you can check it out. If you have an idea of what to print, you can give it to him and he'll 3D print it out for you. Otherwise, you can design something really quickly on the spot. He has something really low-level, user-friendly ways of designing things. You can, if you want to, you can see how Raspberry Pi works and what it can do, and he will tell you all about it. If you need something fixing, there is also a glue gun, so a couple of things. We will also be having a live stream of the event set up there, so all of you have already agreed that the event will be recorded, pictures will be taken, and you're all cool with it. So no backing up out of that anymore. At the entrance, I hope everybody got a bookmark, something that looks like this, and if you didn't, make sure you get one, because there is a cool story behind it. And you'll hear it at the end of the day. But before we start with the program, and to give you a jump start on getting to know each other and break the ice, Daniel will now do a little experiment with you all.
So, hi everyone. This is on? Yeah, right? Näher ran. English. So hi everyone, and first of all, thanks for coming here. I'm really glad to see all the smiling faces again. I guess last conference was 3 years ago, 4 years ago, so quite a while. So I think it's really important that we all connect on a conference because that brings the most value if we are in person. And so we plan to have a little experiment, basically. And it all started when I had a conversation with a friend of mine in his beautiful garden. Sun was shining. That happens in Hamburg sometimes. And we were asking ourselves, actually, what is the most crucial skill we need to learn nowadays? And we started with, yeah, it's AI. It's the metaverse stuff. Do 3D, Daniel, it's good, it's good. But we both then listened to a podcast from a guy called Simon Sinek. And he also talked about the most crucial skills we should learn even at a young age. And he referred to something that is the skill of having like difficult conversations. And this is the most critical skill we should learn. And this is interesting because in the last 2 years, I did, just for fun, because I like mindfulness, did a course on mindfulness, and we also had exercises of mindful listening. And I thought maybe it's just great if we get today into pairs of two and ask ourselves the question, where's the slide? How did you get to do what you're doing is the task, yes. So I planned that we all get into pairs of two. Can we just do that real quick, that everyone finds a partner? And if you don't want to do it, you... So nice. Okay. Who doesn't have a partner right now? Okay, we have one here. You can maybe connect with him. Okay, that didn't work out as planned. But if you're chatting, that's fine. Okay, one more second. Everyone, one more second. Okay, I see everyone has a partner. Yes. So if everyone has a partner, who doesn't have a partner? Just show your hand. Okay, maybe you two can just connect? In the back there on the right? Yeah. If it's fine for you? One more? Who doesn't have a partner over there? Can you just pair? Okay. So now we need to get into the exercise of what actually does it mean to mindfully listen. And this would be to see if you're now talking to each other. So we will have one person talking for 90 seconds and then you will switch. And if you're the listening person, you could now really focus on the facial expression or like the body language of the other person, and also what is the other person saying. And it's not then just listening, but to recognize what is happening. And also you can recognize on yourself, maybe what do you feel or what do you think when someone is saying something that you want to judge it. So you can just notice it, okay, I was judging. And you could also try then to just say, when you want to jump into the conversation and ask a question back, and maybe just don't do it and let the other person just speak. And the third one would be just to just see when you want to also like non-verbally communicate, like nodding and so on, and just recognize how it feels like when you really have just a task of listening and make this or create a space of making a person feel heard, because I think that's the best thing we can have here on a conference, like feel everyone feel heard and seen, and really value also all the opinions we can have, not only about tech opinions, but maybe we have other things to talk about too. So yeah, maybe let's just try and organize who will start first, and I'm gonna stop the timer for 90 seconds and then we will switch. Okay? Then let's go. right. Time's up. Okay, time is up. Now we're gonna switch sides. I see on some face it was quite difficult to not respond. So maybe we can try now to really let the other person talk, but if you feel like just chatting, I guess it's fine to just chat. So yeah, switch sides, 90 seconds. Okay, time's up again. Hello, hello, hello. Time is up. It's good. It's going good. Hello, everyone. Can we just stop the chatting for a second? Nice. I enjoyed that you have so much fun, but we need to continue with our stuff. So hopefully you learned something nice, or you had a great who actually tried to have the conversation by show of hands, or did you just chat? Okay. How did it feel for you? Just a quick crowd popcorn, like how did it feel to have this conversation? Is it odd or is it just regular? Or what's the mood? It's weird to not talk. Nice. Nice. But yeah, I guess it's maybe cool if we can bring something like this also to the workspace, where we can just listen to other people, what they're saying, what they're having, if we have in conflicts. Because I guess there are conflicts in life which we can't solve with Git. We can't just rebase our conflicts, so that's maybe a good skill to have. So yeah, thank you so much for being here, and let's have an awesome day. Thank you.
Okay. Keep the spirit. I love it. It's great. And then try to distribute it throughout the day when there are no talks and workshops and stuff like that. So I'll just keep talking random things until everybody is back. Good. Okay, so I'll introduce the agenda very quickly, which were the slides we skipped. So at 10:30, which is basically in 2 minutes, we will have 2 workshops, and one will be in the room San Pauli, where you can learn how to codify your front end. And in room Altena, there is a hands-on experience on machine learning with a time series forecasting. That starts now and ends at 12:30. And the workshops are already full. So you can still, though, if you want to do a workshop, one of these, to check if there are no shows or somebody changed their mind, and maybe you are lucky and you can still get on. In parallel to the workshops, we'll hear from Hila Safi and her journey into the quantum world. After that, there is a break at 11, and at 11:30 here on main stage, there will be a panel discussion about the current state of the NFTs and the metaverse. For those of you who are in the workshops, you should keep in mind that the panel discussion will be running in parallel and the workshops will not be done in time to join the panel discussion. Just keep that in mind when you plan your day. Then there is going to be lunch between 12:30 and 2. And then after lunch, again, there'll be 2 workshops. How to build a crypto game in the San Pauli room, okay? And in room Altena, there'll be a workshop on accessible and scalable component libraries. No woo for that one? All right. If you're not in the workshop, at 2 you'll have a chance to hear from Niels V about the evolution of design tokens here on the main stage, followed by Verena Taub, who will talk about her career change journey starting at 2:30. Then there'll be a break at 3, and a second panel of this conference will take place here on the main stage, where we will talk about the remote work with Saskia Vax, Hannes Poiksen, and Dimitris Kyriakakis. And truly yours. Again, the workshops will not be done in time for the panel discussion, so keep that in mind. At 4, we'll close the conference and wind down for the day with a yoga meditation session at 4:30 happening in San Pauli room. So you're also free to join that. Okay, so now is the time that if you want to go to the workshops, you are free to go. You need to go all the way back to the entrance area, and on the glass door there are signs to go left for one, right for the other, or something. You'll figure it out. Hey, hey, hey. Okay. Everybody got something to drink? Went to the toilet maybe in the meantime as well? Okay. Welcome to our first speaker for today. It's Hila Safi, who is a computer scientist and a quantum computing expert. She's currently pursuing a PhD in quantum computing and is a member of Female Tech Leaders, an organization from Munich who is dedicated to empower women in STEM and leadership roles and mentor girls who are passionate about technology. She is also a co-founder of Coding for Independence, a nonprofit that provides IT education to rural areas around the world. Prior to her work in quantum computing, she specialized in machine learning, where she focused on optimizing AI algorithms. Her emphasis is on creating fair and accessible intelligence for everyone. Today, she is here to tell us about her journey into the quantum world. Hila, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the lovely introduction. I'm actually super excited to be here. And I think most of you probably have heard the term quantum computing by now. Maybe you've read something about it, dove a little bit deeper into it. And what's actually sad that it's one of the technologies that is most misrepresented in the media. Some exaggerate and paint such a colorful picture that you think that more of the world will go down, and others say like it will never come. And oftentimes when I tell people I do quantum computing, they look at me like, oh, I think that's super complicated and super difficult to understand. And it's not. It's not that simple either, because that would, take away all the hard work I put into understanding it. But it's also not something that you cannot understand at all. So the takeaways that I want for you to have today is, on the one hand, to understand that quantum computing is awesome, but not that awesome at the same time. And so I think we should just start our journey and see where it takes us. So quantum computing is based off of quantum mechanics, right? So, and quantum computers use quantum mechanics in order to process information. I'm a computer scientist, so naturally I have no idea about physics, or I didn't. And then the only physicists I knew at the time were in the TV, Big Bang Theory. I rewatched all the episodes. And shockingly, they don't talk a lot about quantum mechanics, unfortunately. So I had to find new ways. I read some books, I visited some lectures, just to get an understanding. Obviously, you don't need to do all of that if you just want to write an algorithm. But if you want to go into the hardware, then it doesn't hurt. So quantum mechanics was actually developed already in the 1900s. And later on, some theorems were added. The no cloning theorem, which basically states that if you have a particle where you don't know what state it is in, you cannot duplicate it. Kind of makes sense, right? And then we had Holevos theorem that actually proved that qubits, which is a quantum particle, can hold more information than a bit, which we have in our classical computers, which sounds great. And then quantum information theory, the theory to understand on how to actually process information with quantum particles. Built on that, Feynman actually gets all the credits. I mean, he did a good job in quantum computing, but he based his research off of other researchers. He said that while classical computers are not well equipped to simulate quantum systems, so why not build a quantum computer? Because I think that would better be able to simulate quantum systems. Kind of makes sense. But what are quantum systems? Actually, everything is a quantum system, because everything is made out of matter, and matter is made out of atoms, and atoms are quantum systems. So basically, we could simulate the entire world. And then after Feynman talked about creating this quantum computer, algorithms were created. Before we had the first quantum computer, Deutsch actually proved that there is a quantum advantage when you simulate quantum systems. And then 10 years after Feynman, Shor came up with the algorithm, which is called Shor's algorithm, that can factorize numbers. And that's maybe where you've heard of quantum computing before as well. It's gonna break all over encryption systems tomorrow. We need to exchange them and it's gonna be a disaster. Yes, in theory it can break encryption system, and yes, it has been used to factorize the number to up to 21. Isn't that crazy? So far away from breaking our encryption systems, but if the hardware follows, this could actually happen. And there were algorithms for database search. And in '98, the first real quantum computer that was able to hold information, processes, and give you an outcome was actually created at MIT. And that's a little bit about the background of it. But what is quantum mechanics? I think most of us are more familiar with classical physics. So classical physics describes everything that's macroscopic, everything that's visible to our eyes. So I think you know the laws of motion, when force is added, the gravity laws by Newton. So this is something that it's very intuitive to us because we see it every day. Quantum physics describes everything that we don't see, the smallest things around us, atoms, molecules, particles, and the way that they behave, it's very counterintuitive. So it's not something that we can imagine very well. So let me tell you a couple of these theorems. So let's imagine that we have one phenomena that's called particle wave duality. So imagine that you have these particles that jump like little bouncy balls, you know, that jump off of each other, they bounce around. You don't really know where they are at a certain point, but sometimes they also have to behave like a wave at the same time. So that is something that is a little bit counterintuitive, but just imagine you have a ball and you drop it into a pound of water, and then you will see something like that. So you have a bouncy ball, but at the same time, the ripples that happen when you drop it in the pound are just like a wave. So that's one theorem. Then we have another one. Imagine you take that same bouncy ball and then you throw it against the window. Like you throw the ball and then it comes back to you, right? You throw it, it comes back. Well, in the quantum world, at some point, it could just be beyond the window and fly away, and you just can wave it goodbye without breaking the window. It just passes by. So that's what happens in quantum. You can just pass by. When in the classical world, you just have to go around obstacles, or you cannot just pass them at all. Also a little bit difficult to imagine. And then there's this other theorem called superposition. It basically means that you do opposite things at the same time. So imagine I spin around in one direction. We all know what that looks like. Yeah, I can spin around in the other direction. But what does it look like if I spin around in both directions at the same time? I wouldn't know how to show it, and you wouldn't know how to imagine it, right? But that's superposition, and actually it happens, and actually we sort of do it too. Bits of us do it. So if you have ever been into an MRI machine, so what happens is that the machine looks for your hydrogen atoms and actually spins them around in both ways. And that's how we are able to see inside people's bodies. So we actually do it, but we just don't see it. So quantum technologies have been around for a while now. We use it in our computer chips, all of them. It's lasers. That's quantum technology. And what's intimidating to most of people is that you read stuff like by Feynman, like if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand it. Or there's pictures of him where before he discovered quantum mechanics, after he did it, and he looks like like he's at the end of his life because everything's like so confusing. But that's not really true, because we do understand quantum mechanics. We actually understand it very well. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to develop all those technologies. What they mean by that is that we cannot imagine it because we have not seen it. But we do know how to work with it. It's counterintuitive, but also like really practical. Just imagine the world before MRIs. So if we have had quantum technologies for such a long time by now, and it's nothing new in the sense, why the recent hype? So, and the investment examples are just crazy. Like Germany just announced like a week ago that they want to invest another 3 billion into this industry. All major countries are investing. In the US, it's also more the private companies. And it's the new buzzword to add to any startup idea. And you know a technology made it when you've done that. So AI has been replaced. You just add quantum, you have a great startup and you get a lot of funding. Trust me. And that has happened. And I mean, the hype is not without any substance at all, okay? So there is actually something behind it. In computer science, one way to evaluate your algorithm is by their performance. So you check out how many steps do I need in order to get my solution, or how much memory does it contain. And then you categorize it, and you have, like, for example, the problems in the class P. These are problems where it's like, oh, they're easy to solve. That's very efficient, fast, no problem at all. And then you have these class of NP problems. It's easy to verify the solution efficiently, but we don't know yet if it's actually that easy to find the solution. And then NP complete problems, which are the most difficult problems that we have in the NP class. And there's no known algorithm right now for a classical computer that could solve NP complete problems in a reasonable amount of time. An example would be the traveling salesman problem. I'm visiting 100 cities and want to find the most optimal route. Now, we do have algorithms that approximate the best solution, but not that give you the exact solution. And then you have BQP problems. They can be solved efficiently by a quantum computer. And we do hope that the problems of NP complete are actually in that class, and that's what we're researching. But what we do know, it could give us an advantage on better approximating these problems. And yes, to be honest, like, P is NP, so don't come for me. It's not been proven yet. It could be that P and NP is the same. We haven't proven that. That's actually one of the $1 million questions that I hope to solve one day, but we don't know yet. But I do think that there's like a distinguishing factor here. So what would that mean for the problems that we could solve if this was actually true? So the hope is, for example, in optimization problems, you could, for example, minimize the cost and improve the efficiency by optimizing supply chain. You could use it for traffic optimization. There actually has been a project with the Hamburg Harbor. They worked with Fujitsu in order to optimize the traffic there with the lights. But what is more important, you could also use it to optimize the waste of energy in buildings. And if you look up numbers, 1/3 of energy in buildings is wasted. And 40% of the entire world usage of energy is actually created due to the buildings that we have. So there's a lot of room for improvement if we would have better algorithms. And depending, concerning the situation that we have in the environment right now, it could not come faster. Another way to use quantum computing is, so I'm jumping now on another buzzword and hype, machine learning. So we could actually accelerate training. There's some people that believe you could like even do the entire machine learning process on a quantum computer. Me personally, I don't think. I think there's certain parts of machine learning that we could accelerate with it. We could look at a broader solution space and therefore have better AI, smarter AI, you can call it what you want. We can accelerate the training. this would mean that we could have AI that would learn on the spot. So, like, I think we all have tried out ChatGPT, and we have tried stuff, and we have tried out like how it works, what it can do, what it can't do. So I was writing a paper, and I made a statement that I had read many times, but I didn't know where I've read it. So I asked ChatGPT, like, can you give me a research paper on this topic? And then ChatGPT prints out like 5 different answers. And the authors that he used were actually authors that I knew, because like the quantum space is still relatively small. But when I Googled the papers, and thank God I did it, they didn't exist. So ChatGPT just invented papers, and I was like, are you serious? Like, don't leave me hanging like that. But if ChatGPT could learn in real time, I could have told him, hey, that's wrong. Why did you do that to me? And he could actually adjust his behavior right on the spot instead of learning offline. Because right now training takes hours depending on how complex something that is. So this is a hope to have like better AI. You can think of it as great, but you could also hate it. I know there's also 2 opinions when it comes to AI becoming too smart. But yeah, one of my favorite applications is actually using quantum computing for simulation, quantum systems, like I said, like molecules, atoms. Just think of what it could do for protein folding, for discovering better drugs, because we could actually simulate how the molecules and other chemical processes interact with each other and what impact it is. And we could actually create drugs that are individual to every patient, which would bring us forward immensely, or for material science. So we are looking for better materials to store energy, and all of these things could happen via simulation. So what would take months and years to create, we could do it in half a day or a day if we have the hardware. So this is something that is not possible with classical computers at all. I think this is one of the biggest things. And experts predict that it won't be possible, even if we have faster supercomputers. But quantum computers, because they consist of these particles themselves, obviously you can simulate yourself pretty well. And then cryptography, the thing that got everyone crazy and funding a lot of money into it. So yes, we can factorize numbers, theoretically, very, very big numbers in 2 minutes. What would take 2,000 years, we can do that in 2 minutes when it comes to decrypting RSA. But we can also generate actual random numbers. Because right now with classical computers, obviously you have your random function, but it's not a real random number. With quantum computing, that is possible. And yes, data search. So Grover's algorithm for optimized data search. And we could also synthesize data. And if you think of it, like the synthesizing data part, I haven't researched too much into that, but it kind of sounds interesting because the data that we have is very spotty. We don't have a lot of data when it comes to health data. When it comes to other certain types of data, we're really lacking the diversity in our data, so actually being able to synthesize data might be quite interesting. So what exactly is the speed up? Like, to summarize it, for machine learning and differential equations and quantum chemistry as well as Shor's algorithm, we expect an exponential speed up. Mathematically, this is proven, but let me tell you, what you can calculate in mathematics usually doesn't apply one-to-one in the real world. But this is the hope. And but when it comes, for example, to combinatorial problems, which is like the traveling salesman, I have many different combinations of the cities in the order that I can visit. So which one is the most optimal? We expect a quadratic speed up. And now here's where the misinformation comes from. The quadratic speed up is compared to the brute force algorithm, which is the worst algorithm for solving combinatorial problems. So there is way better algorithms to do that. So take it with a grain of salt. It's great, it's awesome, but it's not that awesome, right? Yeah, so it's cool. To understand why this is possible, yeah, we kind of have to understand what's the difference between a classical computer and a quantum computer, right? So let's figure that out. So classical computers, I'm sure, saying nothing new, we have bits. and a bit can be either 0 or 1. It is in one state, right? And then in quantum computers, we have quantum bits. And remember when I talked about quantum physics and superposition being in 2 states at the same time? So that's what we have. So you can be in 0 and 1 at the same time, and everything in between. And reality is just a linear combination, like math talking, but it sounds better if you say, oh, you're in multiple states at the same time. But we cannot look into that superposition. So we take the state in its entirety, 0, 1, everything in between. We don't know what's inside. And then we have entanglement. So entanglement was actually first discovered in 1935, or a little bit earlier. In 1935, Einstein, Rosen, and Podolsky, they were like, oh, this is spooky interaction at afar. And it's funny because Einstein actually published the paper to prove that this is not reality, that quantum mechanics doesn't work. And in fact, his paper was actually the foundation on proving all these properties. And yeah, entanglement basically means if you have multiple quantum particles that interact in the beginning with each other and you entangle them, then their information is connected to each other, and then you can like distribute them across space, like however far you want to do that. And if you look into the information of one particle, you immediately get the results to the others. So this is where the term quantum teleportation comes from, right? So you can teleport something. You're not actually teleporting things, you're just having information in 2 places at the same time immediately. So this might be interesting for quantum communication and so on. But it sounds more awesome if you say quantum teleportation. What I've learned being in computer science and then going to physics is that physicists, when they see some behavior and they think this might be correct and there's no way to disprove it, they just say it is like that. And in computer science, I mean, like the P versus NP, it's been decades. We haven't found algorithms for NP complete. We're still like, yeah, probably it's a different class, but it might not be a different class. And also physicists use much cooler terms. They know how to sell themselves. But yeah, this is what I've learned. And then measurement. So obviously you have the superposition, cool. But at some point you want a result, you want a solution. So you have to measure it. And this is also a very funny thing because it appears to be random. Once you measure your particles, it appears to be random what happens. That's why we have quantum computers where we do operations in order to tilt it in the right way. And like I said, it's difficult to imagine, but if you want to take something from the real world, a little bit simplified, you could imagine a coin that you spin. So the coin is spinning. You don't really know if it's heads or tails or anything in between. And then the coin falls, and then you have the measurement, and it's either heads or tails. So the superposition behaves like a normal bit. And that's how you could imagine this. So yeah, how they operate. So we have all these amazing properties. What that does mean. So let's say we have 2 bits, we have 2 qubits. And remember I told you about the theorem that qubits hold more information than bits. So with classical bits, you can, like if you have 2 bits, there's 4 numbers that you can represent, 0, 1, 2, 3. But you can only choose one representation because everything has a fixed state. So you can represent one number from 0 to 3. If you have 10 bits, it's 1 to 1023. Right? With quantum computing, due to the superposition, you can represent all the 4 states in this case at once. So you hold the superposition and all the calculations you do is on all the positions at once, so on 0, 1, 2, and 3 at the same time. That's what they call quantum parallelism. Yeah. And actually 300 qubits are enough to represent more particles than there are particles in the universe, which is kind of impressive. So yeah, like I said, for the performing operations, it means that with classical computing, if you want to find the optimal route, you would do like one after the other. Again, this is brute force. There's better algorithms, nearest neighbor and stuff like that. But with quantum computing, you can explore the entire thing at once due to the superposition and the entanglement. And this might not be so impressive with just like 1 to 4, like so with just like 2 bits or qubits. But if you look at the traveling salesman problem and then you see the complexity, if you have 11 cities, you have 20 million combinations, this will take a classical computer 1 second. But if you go to 20 cities, it will take 2,000 years. In the worst case, when you use brute force, we have better algorithms, but still pretty nice. So why don't we use quantum computers already? This seems like pretty awesome. It's because we have many, many challenges so far. So quantum computing is very, very sensitive to the environment. The smallest interaction can actually break that superposition before it should break. So it's imagine if you have the coin that's spinning and then I just smack it. Oh, you would be angry, like, because if you wanted to try it to spin it for a long time and someone just comes and smack it, it's not that nice. But that's what happens all the time. So the superposition is broken before it should be, and scientists really try to have qubits that can keep the superposition for a long time, and that is called decoherence. And then the qubit quality. Our qubits generate so many errors when you do operations between 2 qubits, and we have not figured quite yet on how to prevent that. It's another problem. And then there's a lot of wiring going on, and the qubits are so dainty, they jump around everywhere. It's really hard to control them with lasers or anything else. So that's why we cannot use quantum computers yet. We have too much noise, too much error, and that leads to wrong solutions, and nobody needs that. Maybe in reinforcement learning, but the noise that we have in the qubits are not even in reinforcement learning. No, it's too much. But we already have quantum computers. We already have a lot of quantum computers, and everyone can access them. So here are like the key players in quantum hardware. So Google, surprise, IBM, Rigetti, and I think like Rigetti and some of the others you can access via the AWS cloud. So like you would do anything else and you just pay as you go. With IBM, they have a different model, but you can access all these quantum computers. And if you can't wait to start, you can, like the IBM, they have a 5-qubit machine that is accessible to everyone, and it's for free. And you can also use their programming language and simulate it, right? So you can access this. There's a lot of startups in Germany and Europe. Actually, there's a lot of startups that work on quantum hardware, and they all use different platforms. So you have superconducting qubits, trapped ions, and how they differentiate is that they use different types of particles, and these have different advantages and disadvantages, which I will also talk briefly about. Yes, and then we have quantum software, and that's where the big companies in Germany also partake, not in the hardware, unfortunately, but in the software we do. There's lots of projects and there's lots of pilots with use cases that has been done, like I said, like the traffic optimization with the Hamburg Harbor, but also the production optimization and machine learning enhanced algorithms. We do use a lot of hybrid algorithms for now, so that means that we just take, like with the machine learning, we just take certain parts of the classical algorithm and replace them with quantum computing, because the hardware is not there yet to do it all on themselves. So usually you have a application, and then you have a problem formulation, then you write your algorithm, and then you run it on QPU, you just send it over the cloud. And let's imagine this is the traveling salesman problem, and the nodes are the cities that we want to visit, and if you have an edge, that means that there's actually a way to get from point A to B, because sometimes when you're in a country, there's no flight to another place, right? So we need to represent it that way. And then you have your qubits. That means you just tell qubit 1, you represent city A, and so on and so forth. And then you do your circuit, your operations, you tell the quantum computer what to do with it. So in classical computer, maybe you remember we have like the operators and, or, XOR, and so on. In a quantum computer, it basically works the same way. You just have different types of operators and different types of shifts and phase flips. And it's a change in the logic of how you write algorithms, but essentially it works the same. And if you want, you can represent everything as vectors. So if you really want to get into it, just repeat what you've learned in linear algebra. It will help you immensely. Yes, these are some of the gates that we have. I don't think that's too interesting. And yes, and then you run it on the QPU. You have to imagine, like, the quantum computers that we have are in a state of what we had like 50 years ago with our normal computers, or even earlier than that. So we still have to really pay attention to the properties of the QPU. So some QPUs have like a certain connectivity. Some there's an all-to-all connectivity, which means that every qubit can communicate with every qubit. But sometimes you have something where not every qubit can communicate with every qubit. So you have to adjust your algorithm accordingly. They do work on something like, you know, assembler languages that does that work for you and does the mapping, and it also exists. But it doesn't hurt if you know it yourself, because then you can write better tailored algorithms. And also one big research area is hardware-software co-design. So if we cannot have a universal quantum computer for all of the problems, how about we have tailored quantum computers that solve a specific problem where the hardware has a topology that would match exactly the problem? Then you could solve bigger problems with less qubits. And yeah, you have a different coherence time. And then just to sum it up, so we don't know yet which of the technologies is going to be the one that prevails and is going to be the best. So we have different types, and they all have their advantages and disadvantages. So for example, Google and IBM, they do the superconducting, and IBM just published a quantum computer with, I think, 433 qubits at the end of last year, actually. And it is very well to scale, but it needs like a low room temperature, right? And then we have trapped ions, where it's very, very difficult to get the qubits together. So the highest that we have here is only about 20, but we have an all-to-all connectivity. So all of them have their advantages and disadvantages. So I think for now, it'd be best to do it application-based, based on your application. You know what you need, and then you can choose what kind of hardware to use. But hopefully in the future, we can just use them like classical computers, and we don't have to do that no more. Yes. Oh yeah, and the era that we are in is called NISQ, Noisy Intermediate Scale Quantum. I guess they're so noisy. And here are some predictions, and actually they're not even too far-fetched. So these are the plans for the hardware computers on how they want to scale. And IBM actually came out with their roadmap, I think it was in 2017. And up until now, they're on point with everything that they said they were going to do. I think they actually were even like 6 months earlier with the 433 qubit machine. So it's actually not that far-fetched that we could actually reach that. And I do believe that we need to have a better research and industry collaboration, because we do a lot of research when it comes like to the foundation and theoretically, but where we're lacking is creating real-world applications that we could integrate in our future products. And I think that's where we have to get better, because we do invest a lot in research, but it doesn't help if at the end of the day there's not an application coming out of it. So we need better collaboration here. We need companies that take risks. And then that way we could also prove the concepts on the real world and not just the ideal world that you have at the university lab, right? Hardware software co-design, which I already started to talk about a little bit, so that we actually build hardware that matches the problem that you have. And also people work on algorithms that are suited for the NISQ area. So you have QAOA or other variational algorithms that are actually very prone to noise, but not so prone to the amount of noise that we have right now, but they maybe. And another research area is actually quantum-inspired algorithms. Fujitsu, for example, they have built a digital annealer, which is basically a classical computer that behaves like a quantum computer. And they've been actually able to do many qubits with that, simulate them sort of. And they also have a couple of use cases that exist in the real world. And yeah, like I said, hybrid algorithms, this could be a thing. So yeah, quantum computers are going to continue to evolve. I know not everyone will develop quantum computing algorithms, and that's fine. But it is science, it is research that we have, and I think we should know what it can do in order to just be aware of what's going around. And by the way, I mean, most of the projects are publicly funded, so you pay for it, might as well know what it can do. So with that, if there are questions, I will still be around. Feel free to just approach me. Thank you, and good day.
Wow. Hi. Thanks so much for that talk and making it more human for the audience. I love that your first source of quantum mechanics was Big Bang Theory. Because my source of hardware and software troubleshooting is the IT crowd. And I do solve like 83% of my problems by shutting it off and on again. Absolutely. We have a couple of minutes for some questions. You have to talk in your microphone for our live stream.
Oh, thank you. I forgot about questions. Okay. Okay, yes.
Just, I'm sorry, one thing, if you could just repeat the question in the mic for our live stream.
Sure. So the question was if we can access quantum computers like every day rather than needing a whole experimental setup. No, you can access them every day. So you have them, like, for example, there's one in Eningen by IBM. You just get your cloud access and you can send in the jobs that you want them to calculate. Sometimes, because there's not a lot of quantum computers yet, there's a queue, and then you have to wait until you get your response. But no, you could do it. But if you want to access like the bigger quantum computers with 50 and 60 qubits, it is a little bit expensive. So AWS is like a good way to get in because you have pay as you go. But if you want the IBM one, super expensive. Then you should go back to university, study, and have them pay for it.
Thank you. That's nice too.
Yeah.
Just wait. I think there were some questions here first. Maybe you. Yeah, you can go first.
Mm-hmm. This is so the question was about quantum internet, because people believe if you have quantum internet, due to the entanglement and teleportation, you could actually send information really fast from one end to the other. This is something people are working on. I think Telecom has like a huge project with it right now, but also other companies do work on the quantum internet. It's not something that I'm very much familiar with, but yeah, it's not science fiction. It's science fact. I've read that somewhere, and I stole that.
Another question here?
I do think so. The question is, do we need them? So, so the question was if we will have quantum computers in our pocket one day. So I think it's the same thing. Like, for example, you want to fly somewhere, right? You take a plane. You don't take a rocket, right? So do we need it for our everyday applications? I think that's the question. Like the examples that you saw for what you can use quantum computers, it's a lot in the medicine field, optimization of big complex problems. It's like, do you need a supercomputer every day when you work? So I think the question is not really if it's possible. I do think it's possible, but the question is, do we need it? Yeah. Oh, yes. I mean, they're already working on it to make it very accessible. There's various platforms. You can use a quantum computer today, like the 5-qubit one by IBM. Just go on the page. You can build your circuit, even with just like drag and drop. It's a very, very good introduction to the topic. So yes, it will be, and everyone will be able to use it and should try it out for sure. Yeah.
Was there here? Yes. Okay.
I think I did have, that was a different presentation where the slides. A qubit can be any quantum particle. It can be an ion, it could be a superconductor. So there's different types of it. And depending on what type you use, there's another way to control it. Some you control with lasers, some you control with cooling, but it's just a quantum particle. And then they're a little bit like the balls that I showed in the end. They just like jump around everywhere, but sometimes they also behave as a wave. So that's sort of what it looks like. I've never seen one because it's not visible to the eyes, but that's how I imagine they look like. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, thanks for your patience. You can ask your question.
Yep. So there's something physical qubits and logical qubits, right? So we have 433 physical qubits, but they're not error corrected. So they make lots of mistakes, and that's why they can, like, not each qubit of IBM can actually store the information that is supposed to due to the error. And right now we don't really have error correction because remember the theorem that you cannot duplicate a superposition state, which would be an easy way in order to, at the end, understand if there has been an error made. So we haven't figured out yet how to do error corrections. And some scientists believe that for one logical qubit, you need thousands of physical qubits. So you would need the 300 times the thousands of qubits you would need to error correct. And that's how it fits. So if you have 300 error corrected qubits that work as logical qubits, then you can do it. But not with the 433 that are just physical qubits and not logical ones. Yeah, thanks for the question.
Yes, we have time for maybe one last question.
I think everything technological can be misused always. And the hope is with talking about it, with explaining it to everyone, that more like good people like such here come together, understand it, and then use it for good. It's the same with every technological discovery. You can misuse it, and that's very unfortunate. Yeah, for example, the person that used quantum mechanics for nuclear power, I don't think his intention was to build nuclear bombs, right? So that's why I think it's important that good people come together, understand technology, and use it for the good things. Just with AI, it's the same thing. And that is my hope. And that's why I do research. So to build actually applications that help people.
Thank you so much. That's a beautiful message and beautiful way to end our first talk. Thank you, Hila. She'll be here for the rest of the day. Yeah, thanks. So we will take a 10-minute break to set up the panel discussion at 10:30. So grab a refreshment here in the back, coffee and tea there. Keep in mind there is the bug challenge all the way in the back, or the tiny maker space if you want to spend 10 minutes refreshing. I'll be here all day.
Hi, hi, hi. Hi. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hi, everyone. We will have now our Web3 NFT Metaverse panel. So if you're interested, feel free to sit down. Yeah. So maybe. So we will just wait for the others to just come and join our session, and then we will start in, I guess, in 5 minutes or so. Yeah. Habt ihr den Mic hier, ne? Nice. Nee, die machen das automatisch. Geht das? Okay, ja, dann einfach nur. Ja? Ja. Er macht alles an. Ja. Perfekt. Ja, die Julia trommelt gerade alle rüber. Die kommen hoffentlich. Sonst haben wir eine. Okay, I guess I just give an introduction round to how I plan to do this, because I think that panels are the most interesting if we are like really interactive. So I prepared Slido.com, so you can go to the website, and if you enter the ID, you can post questions, and I directly get them on my iPad. Technology, right? That's cool.
Like quantum computing.
Yes. So
Is working?
I would love to just start with, of course, thank you so much for being here. You can all get your phones, go to Slido. I said that, and I'm really interested in this panel. I shared with Anna a panel before. With the others, I didn't, so I'm really excited about that. And it's interesting for me because I call this panel the current state of NFTs and the metaverse, because I think the last 2 years a lot of things changed, and a lot of things also changed for me of how I view things. And sometimes I think we can get into bubble vibes where it appears that do we even need a metaverse? Do we even need NFTs? What is it? And then on the other side, we have a lot of big brands entering the space, building in the space, and just have this great experience basically, but for a more niche audience maybe. So I ask myself, where does or where do these things actually help, and where do they doesn't help basically? So I invited those people in here because I really value their opinion, and you should also follow them on LinkedIn to always get the latest insights. It's really good. But it's not always not only about us or about me. I know it's quite a selfish panel because I want to have these answers, but also I want to get these answers for you. So I would love to have a quick crowd popcorn of what in your mind, or what do you think, or what for you is like NFT and metaverse. Like if you can just shout out one word, what is it? So we maybe can get a common understanding. Bullshit, very good. All opinions allowed, by the way. It's completely fine. It's completely fine. More of that. Scam?
I was waiting for that.
Nice.
We didn't hear Whack Me or FOMO yet.
It's about future and games and opportunity.
Okay, do we have more than scam and bullshit? Expensive? Okay. Okay, maybe we can get a quick introduction then to our panelists, and maybe you can just state for the audience what comes to your mind if you hear NFT and metaverse, or maybe we can get a definition of what do you think it is and what role does it play?
Easy. No. Hi, my name is Nina. I'm part of the Service Plan group. I'm a co-founder of Service Plan's Web3 and Metaverse studio, Service Plan Decentral. We set up shop last year in August. A lot of things happened since then, or even a lot of things happened since we signed our contracts last April, actually, in Web3. So that was challenging. Yeah, and we're an end-to-end studio, so from anything consulting, education for clients, over strategy, concept, creation, to execution and go-to-market strategy, really delivering things from Web3, so blockchain, NFTs, to immersive 3D, metaverse, technology, if you want to call it like this. Yeah, that's our turf, basically.
Lovely.
Thank you very much for inviting me again. I think last time we sat together, that was like half a year ago, or
yeah, end of last year.
Something like that, and it feels like eternity already. So hi, my name is Anna. I work as Innovation Lead Web3 for Avato Systems. We are part of the Bertelsmann Group, so yep, quite corporate right now. I started into the space, like my first real job, we were first asked about first jobs, was director NFT for the König Gallery and Misa.art, which is now Expanded.art. So I did this whole thing of artists, minting, and then also selling from scratch. What I see right now, and it's so kind of challenging to hear like these words like bullshit and also scam, because from my perspective, coming from the corporate, and I think that's why we're sitting together here, a lot of things are happening that are kind of realistic and also not expensive, by the way. We will talk about ticketing, we will talk about music, because basically for Bertelsmann, RTL Group belongs to us, BMG Music, also Penguin Random House as the biggest publisher. So I would say if we look into these topics, and as a consultant, I also consult for other companies that are global players, there are some things that we can do better, maybe with NFTs, Web3 technology in general, and the metaverse. I already put the in brackets for my post today, because I would kind of argue that we are looking into how the internet is evolving and what technologies help us to do this. Also, like in my last post, I said, like, we used to own CDs. Who is still familiar with this concept of owning a physical piece where you had your music on? And then it all went to streaming, yes. And suddenly, yeah, we could participate, but we could also not participate. And if it was like blocked in my country, I could not listen to that music anymore. And now the concept of giving that back in a creator economic way, where everyone can participate and also co-creation. I think that we now in this next hour can look into many, many concepts where we see that also connecting worlds between startup culture and corporate might lead to what I'm really looking forward to, mass market adoption, where we're not talking about the technology anymore, but about the products that will be an enhancement to what we have already. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. I'm Jonas. I have been a game developer for around 15 years. And already 10 years ago, I tried to make the first blockchain games, because I wanted to have people compete for money in my game, and I couldn't figure out how this could be done. So I tried Ethereum and PayPal and whatever. And I think now, like 1.5 years ago, I discovered Solana. And yeah, now it's actually possible to build things on chain. Like if you have, like, for example, you have confirmation times of only 400 milliseconds. So you can really now build games that are directly decentralized and on the chain. And I'm super excited about this, and also all the new developments in NFTs. So there's not only the normal NFTs that you know from Ethereum, which are expensive and maybe scam, but there's now all kinds of different ways how you can use them. You can have 3D NFTs, you can have very cheap compressed NFTs, which only costs like, you can mint 1 million NFTs on Solana for around $100, for example. And then you can use them for all kinds of things. I think we're going to talk about this later.
And it's even eco-friendly, right?
Yeah, genau, exactly. It's like super eco-friendly. It's not using this proof of work thing that Bitcoin does, and there's like there was Energy Day on Solana recently, so like the transactions are super cheap and eco-friendly and energy efficient. And what was the question again?
I guess it's really a good part to kick it off there, because I think when we have a Web3 discussion, it's always like what we can do and what's possible, and also transaction times, etc. But it's then, of course, the other side where we have an audience that says, yeah, it's bullshit, it's expensive, and maybe also ask the question, why do I even need it? And I think the best thing is when we talk about now about which brands are making, in your opinion, the greatest advancement in the industry, and what are they actually doing that it's so great.
We were already talking about this like up front, and I had one news for you that was MasterCard that you hadn't heard about. I think what is exciting me most at the moment, and what I am also doing with Avato Systems, because we have already IP for loyalty programs that were based on like Web2 technology, or all these loyalty programs that, you know, like you collect points. Who is part of a loyalty program at the moment? Raise your hands. Yeah, this is like the ratio that I normally get, just a few people, because it's super, super boring. And now what Jonas said, it's exactly what we want to do, bring more excitement into this. And we're talking about Adidas, for example, who's now integrating wallet connection into their existing club. We have seen Starbucks with Odyssey. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that. Did you buy coffee in the United States? Were you already part of the Starbucks Odyssey when it was launched?
I don't go to Starbucks.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm that matcha girl. I'm like,
well, they have matcha too, I think.
They do, but no.
Well, okay, but see, this would happen for me a reason. I usually do not go to Starbucks anymore as well, but it was so cool when they launched a program with all these little cute avatars that you could choose from and all these tasks. And they need games in there, by the way. This is totally needed. But it gave me kind of a new connection to that brand. And I think this is what we're looking for from the brand side. Also, I think, you know, you can add onto this. Just bring more fun, more community into this. And we were also talking about Artifact, and maybe you want to share more on this one. They have been doing a great job, starting with these super expensive PFPs, but now really bringing physicals also into the game. And I think this whole connection of the physical and digital world is what we see, what works best at the moment, also with token-gated shops, so that you own an NFT and then you get access to something else. And by the way, for Katjes, I think they cost €3. And from RTL, our first NFT collection, that was starting at €5. So might be too expensive for that. I've also heard it. But in general, you wouldn't say it's something that nobody can afford.
And Artifact is, by the way, if you don't know, a company or a web or NFT project that got acquired by Nike. So they're now doing a joint thing. And I got in a question. In what way are NFTs solving problems which could not have been solved before with traditional technology? A specific use case problem would be helpful. So maybe we can also connect it to a case that we talked about.
So I think what I get in my job, like every single day, is 99% of the people that I talk to don't know anything about NFTs, for example, and that's just one, you know, it's like what they know from NFTs is what is in the media, and that doesn't really help, because media coverage about NFT and Web3 is mostly about like JPEGs costing $500,000 or something. And of course you look at it and you have to think people are absolutely crazy. And then what it says in the media about metaverse is like Mark Zuckerberg this, Mark Zuckerberg this. Both of the things are not the things that we work on. And it's a really shitty representation of what's going on in the space. Even some bigger brands don't help for that. So what's really going on is that we have, with Web3 and with NFTs, we have the opportunity to have a decentralized technology that enables true ownership of data and information and, let's say, digital products. And for example, I hear about the artifact stuff, so it's like, you know, virtual sneakers, digital sneakers, it's all over the news because it's Nike and it's fancy and stuff. But not a lot of people know that Alfa Romeo, for example, brought out a new model, the Tonale, and the Tonale model comes with an NFT. And all the driver data from the car over its complete lifetime is saved on the blockchain, stored on the blockchain. So the meter, all the kilometers that you're driving, is registered if you go to a licensed partner for repairs or for inspection. Everything is stored on this NFT. And what that does is, if you resell your car, or if you buy this car, there is authenticity and verification of data on the blockchain that we couldn't prove before. Like meter fraud, like just, you know, putting the meter on a different kilometer value. I don't know the terms for that at the moment. So that's one of the major frauds in secondary automotive sales, and it costs millions for people who buy cars that have driven more kilometers than is on the meter. And blockchain solves that problem, because now you can verify the amount of kilometers. And that also, that's a good thing, because you can sell your car higher. It's a trust thing, so you can buy a car for a higher price. So it's really, there is a lot of value and a lot of utility that is not covered in the press, and that's what we're actually working on. Like loyalty systems, like blockchain is massive and big for loyalty system. Miles and More is looking into it. Starbucks looking into it. So it makes stuff transferable. I can give you points without paying for it. We can transfer points. Gaming is massive. So if you have artifacts, points, whatever stored from gaming on the blockchain, you're able to trade that. You're able to trade what you've earned in a game without, you know, like having to set up PayPals and stuff. But like, since it's all on the blockchain, it's a neutral platform to do that. And so yeah, media is kind of, I've started this series on LinkedIn that's called, it's either NFTs are dead, Metaverse is dead, or Web3 is dead, because I get that all the time. And so I just post stuff to make sure people are informed well about the space and the technology and what's really going on.
I think that's quite interesting, and I just want to ask that I think it can be really, like, let's call it disempowering to work in a space that always gets FUD and that always is like bashed.
Or it can be empowering.
Or it can,
I mean,
and now that
what space doesn't? If you work in banking, there's a lot of fraud there. If you work in, I don't know, you know,
but my question would then
scandals and whatever. So
what is it that you are seeing and others don't that makes you stick to the space and say, just let them talk?
Because the technology just works. Okay. It just works. I mean, you know, one of our first slides in some presentations or keynotes that we give on conference of clients is the article in the newspaper that says internet is a passing fad. Millions are jumping off, because it's always the case. Like, there is a new technology, there's a hype cycle, there's a thing for that, it's a hype cycle. So everything's like hyped, and then AI comes around and everyone's like, yeah, NFT, who cares? So, but in the space, like, they're seriously building. Brands are building, companies are building. Metaverse is the same. The technology is like 10 years away from what the actual idea of metaverse is. And so there's companies in the space who are building, who believe in this technology because of the apparent benefits that it has. And decentralized technology is something that we desperately need in a world where centralized organization, banks, Googles, Metas, you know, profit from data, from contents that they don't own, but now they own it. So ownership, really true ownership, that's the promise of Web3, and that's something that is needed, and so that's why we really strongly believe in the technology.
That's a good one. I think it's also something that Jonas can maybe add on when it comes to gaming, and maybe have a viewpoint there, because you're also a dev, right? So
yeah, mostly like I can't talk so much about brands, but maybe about the technology. And the question earlier was, I think, why you would even have it and why it would only be possible. So I have like a few examples for that. For example, there's a new mobile network coming out called Helium. And what it does is it's a decentralized system. So every one of you can now go home, order this hardware, and then you have your own hotspot. So you don't need to use O2 anymore or telecom. And other people just use the blockchain to interact with your network. So they basically get your G5 network from your home. And I think this would be a great future. Imagine you travel around the world and you don't need to buy a SIM card in every country anymore. And because it's just a decentralized system, this is only possible because the rewards distribution works via NFTs. So every of these hotspots gets one of these compressed NFTs. It's running on Solana. And then they get the rewards by the people who use their hotspots, and they get these rewards. And another system like that works like this is Hive Mapper, which is a decentralized mapping system. So you get this little camera in your car. You just put it there, and it tracks automatically where you are. And this map data then gets distributed to some systems that use that, and you get rewarded for that. And for brands, I think we talked about earlier. Sorry, I'm now coming back to the last question, but what brands can do is now they can deliver and drop an experience via an NFT to a user. So there's this thing called XNFT. It's a new wallet called Backpack, and you can just put an NFT in there, and the NFT is an application. So as soon as you click it on your phone or in this app, then it spins up a new experience. So you can, for example, play a game in there, or you get rewards by using it when you buy something with your phone and you have this NFT, you get certain discounts, I think. So I just see the possibilities and not the thought. That's basically what I'm saying.
And to make this very clear, not everything has to be an NFT now. I think this is also a misconception. Data banks, they work quite well for many things. The question is just, and I also have another example from Peak, which is also a German company from Berlin. They want to use that for e-cars, so that you can basically charge your car everywhere, which is a huge problem at the moment because it's still centralized, and you cannot just go to some home that have a charger and charge your car. So this is solving real life problems. It's not something that we take out of the blue. And this is exactly what we're working on. But why is it not in the media that much? Of course, what we are struggling with a lot, and there are challenges, like with quantum technology, I found it super interesting. The challenges are legal. For all of us at the moment, it's still like, especially for the bigger the brand, the bigger the challenge with all the legal stuff. What is SEC doing at the moment in the United States? What is Europe doing with that? I think with Mika, who's familiar with that, we came a little step further, but still not for NFTs. Does it have to be like a security, which would mean that it's kind of declared as a share, so you have a lot of issues with that? Or is it just a utility token, which would apply, in my opinion, for most of the things? But when we come to the trading part, and this is where all these scams really did us not well, we think about, yeah, maybe you're only doing this for investment in 20x, and so this could be something that we have to look into deeper. And I think there we have to find like ways, also from the industry side, to really get like a solid infrastructure that works with the traditional systems as well, because this is the part we could do a lot also for banking, for gender equality, microtransactions, where you don't have an account. 1 billion people in the world do not have access to the traditional system because they lack of even having an ID. So these are things that should be solved, and because it would just be also for sustainability, it would be really great for so many things. But we still have to work with the governments, of course, and there is the part where we have to do more and where we also need the help from all players to work together.
I mean, we talked about NFTs, and basically, if we stop calling them NFTs, that's gonna probably help. Because no one bought an MP3 back in the days. You bought a song, or you bought an album. And right here, we can see, you know, you bought a sneaker, or you collect points or stars or whatever the Starbucks things called, stamps. So, you know, the word is totally burned by the investment and speculation bubble. And this is going down, and so trading is going down, and everyone says it's dead, but it's actually good, you know, because all the speculation and investment stuff is not helping the space at the moment. Metaverse-wise, if we look at that, it's basically, from what we see in our daily work, it's basically just a matter of time and technology. So if you want to get more than 150 or more than 1,000 people in the metaverse or on any kind of platform, it's basically pretty difficult because the technology is not really there to have that many people in one room. So when 2.5 million people see an Ariana Grande concert in Decentraland, there's not 2.5 million people in Decentraland at the same time. There's rooms, there's like, I don't know, and I'm just throwing out numbers. There's like 50,000 rooms, and in these rooms, there's like 150 people, which counts up to 2.5 million, and they're not there at the same time, but they're watching this concert across the time frame of, let's say, an hour or two. Because the technology is not at the point where these many people can join in one room together. And so it will take time, because like real-time 3D is not there yet. Then there's WebGL and versus pixel streaming technologies, and it takes a lot of time and CPU and all of that processing. And it's just technology-wise, we're not there yet.
Then my question would be, if I'm not into gaming and stuff, why should I spend time in a virtual world? What?
I can very quickly go to that. Like, I recently ordered a pizza somewhere, and someone sent me an NFT, a 3D NFT with that pizza. And now there's this metaverse called Thirdland. And there you can just put 3D NFTs. So all they have is that in the animation URL, they have a link to a GLBF file. And then now I can just put my pizza into this room. And then I can like also put an iframe of a game on the wall. So basically you can just build your own rooms in the metaverse now. And with whatever you get, like what we talked earlier, like you get something like a shoe, for example. Now I could put this shoe in this room next to my pizza and playing a game on the wall, which I just load there from an XNFT on the board.
It's so much more personal. Like everybody's looking into what is coming after the social platforms that we know now. And having this kind of concept of building your own rooms, which is Artifact also doing with the capsules, I think this is something, and you own it. From this moment, it's not rented anymore. At the moment, every social media account you own. And I'm sure that if I ask whether you have a social media account or not, does anyone not have a social media account like Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn or anything? Please raise your hand. Okay, great. Two persons, okay. I believe you. So, but this is like, I mean, we at the moment, as you said, like we're stuck with this concept, and something will come after that. I heard a talk from Sasha Lobo last year in November, and he was talking about we are the ones who are building these structures now, and this is why I'm excited for players like Helium, who even might offer a new way of infrastructure where we are not bound to the existing technologies from AWS, Google, or Microsoft. And this is the part where really, like, this is the interesting way of the revolutionary aspect, which I don't see because I think we have been working so many years on that right now. It's an evolution. But when finally people see it and realize it, then they say, oh my God, that came just up yesterday? And they're totally surprised. But this is like what we're doing right now, and this is why it's so cool to be also at a developers conference, because this is like where this all comes from, where it's happening, and where we want to see the next step of this evolutionary process.
But just to jump in, you talked about you own a pizza as an NFT, and you talked about that there is a file linked to it, and I guess this is a good understanding of what an NFT actually is, because actually you only own an ID that's tied to a contract address on the blockchain. And now a question came in from the audience. What is the point of owning a decentralized NFT that is tied to a centralized service provided by one company?
Depends on your NFT, right? Usually you own like own an address. Like this is your account, and in this account you have a metadata account which usually points to a JSON file. But this JSON file would then be saved in the decentralized storage like Arweave or Shadow Drive or something like this. And within there you have a link to an image or a 3D file or whatever you want, which you can also host in a decentralized storage like Arweave or Shadow Drive. And then this NFT can be immutable, so it would not be changeable anymore. So you really own this piece of data, which can be whatever you want.
And ordinals are on chain, on Bitcoin chain. So this is also something like you can have things on chain as well.
Okay, tough question. Those images can't be deleted then?
Which one? The Arweaves one?
The Arweaves or the ordinals?
The ordinals cannot be deleted. This is also an issue.
What happens if it's misused?
This is an issue, as I said, for IP rights, because there was exactly this thing where I hated ordinals in the beginning. Now I think that there might be some use cases, but the punks, everybody is familiar with the crypto punks, I guess. It's an on-chain concept already from the beginning, right? And now somebody, and you cannot even verify who it is because Bitcoin doesn't have smart contracts, just put them on the chain and made a lot of money OTC, over the counter, because you do not have a smart contract where you can trade these things, but you have to send it to some address, and then you can hope that the NFT is sent to you or that picture is sent to you. So this is quite a problem with ordinals at the moment right now. And yes, I see this, and this is also the problem. For example, if we talk about digital identity and data in general, of course you must have the ability to delete it at some point if it's like data that you don't want to have anymore in the future. And these are exactly the things that people are working on at the moment to find solutions for that.
I think what's interesting is, if I understood the question right, is like, why would I spend time in the metaverse, and why would I want to own, or why? What was the NFT question again?
We just went to why should I spend time in a metaverse with other people, or I guess we. No, then we jumped to the images, but in the beginning we started with why should I spend time?
So the funny thing is, for me, when we hear metaverse, it's always like, you know, Decentraland or Roblox. Well, Roblox is different because it's a game. But I wouldn't spend time in Decentraland, ever. There's no one. It's like, why would I? Graphics are shitty.
Quick, who knows Decentraland in here?
So it's a metaverse platform. 3D immersive metaverse platform. So the question at the moment for me is not why would I spend time in the metaverse, because, you know, I'd rather, after 3 years of COVID stuff, I'd rather sit here with you and see you physical. True, but it solves a lot of problems. So we're currently developing a kind of a, let's say, microverse. So a metaverse platform for a big insurance company, a German one, but globally operating. And so what they're doing is they're onboarding newbies globally via immersive 3D. So they don't have to travel. And also the platform is set up to be an immersive learning experience. So there's different levels in a, let's say, construction or in a building. That's say something about the history of the company. There's like interactive 3D games that they can play together in a team of like 8 to 10 people. So small groups, they're guided groups, and so they're onboarding their new hires via immersive 3D technology, no matter where they sit in the world. The second one is, imagine you are a salesperson and you're working at an industrial company and you're selling massively heavy and big machines. You can't just transport this machine from A to B. You can't take it apart just like that. You can't show the internals of the machine. And maybe you have a client sitting in Japan that wants to buy your machine. So either if they want to see it and they really want to, you know, get a full picture, they have to travel a lot and stuff. But if you have a 3D model of this machine in an immersive 3D platform, you can meet your client there in person, have a conversation about the machine, and since there is no gravity and there is no scale and there is no, I don't know what in a metaverse platform, you can make it as big as possible. You can take it apart, you can show different parts of the machine. So it's a really, it solves a lot of problems. So why would I spend time in the metaverse is a question for why would I spend free time in the metaverse. But there's so many really, really good use cases where you can do things in a virtual environment that you couldn't do in the real world. Like always, the question should be, what can I do in a virtual environment that I can't do in real life? And if you ask that question, there's a lot of use cases coming up. And so I'm really looking at it less than from a technical perspective, actually, or like what blockchain or what formats or whatever. I really look at it from a use case point of perspective. And that's kind of how we're trying to help, you know, establish the idea of immersive 3D and environments and how they can help.
And the interesting part of what you said now is that the industrial metaverse is, in my opinion, already more advanced without having too much knowledge about it. And there's an interesting study that media is not talking about that one that much, although it is highly appreciated on socials. And it's just something that is happening because of exactly these reasons. And that what is still missing is, of course, the hardware. Like, if we imagine that we just have glasses, like you're wearing, and that would like show me now who is in that room. Is it anything that I should know about the person? This is something that would be interesting for me because I'm kind of a networking person. I do this a lot. So, and then I forget names, and it's kind of embarrassing. You meet a person, and it's like, OMG, oh my God. And it literally happened to me. Like, he said, like, Anna, you have met me 5 times now. Is this really, are you kidding me? And I am Indian. And I was like, OMG. Okay, so sorry. But these are like use cases for real life that could help from different perspectives. Because for you, it might be interesting to see some code immediately. And this is also where like the beauty of AI, Web3, and the concept of metaverse go together. AI is the content, the delivery part, then Web3 as the infrastructure, and the metaverse concept of what we virtually see and that enhances our real life. It does not have to be an immersive experience, especially the one with the HoloLens. I think that mixed reality and AR is the one that we already use every single day. When you see Instagram filters, when you have Snapchat, whatever, it's something that you already use for IKEA and having your new sofa in your room. This is kind of a natural thing. We don't even think about it anymore as being part of the virtual worlds that we are building at the moment. And this is not gaming, I would say. I mean, you can say it's gaming that when you put a sofa somewhere, but gamification has always been part of our life, and it enhances education. And when you look at how children learn, it is through kind of gaming, identification, and all the things that gaming shows us, how things just go easier and are more incentivizing. We have this little dog here. When I went with my dog to school, I was always like, don't say no to the dog, but always appreciate when the dog does something good. And even with dogs, it works like this. This is kind of the game that we play, and it's part of the educational process. So gaming is like this is one of the most important things, and I want to see it more because it enhances our lives and it makes it better. And so I wouldn't say that it's just gaming.
I mean, gaming is the biggest entertainment industry in the world.
I know, like, for BMG Music it's the same. We won once, I think 7 times more, 10 times more is earned by gaming than with music.
Yeah, sure.
So,
and people like to brag and to collect, right? So if I now have my own room, like back then, people like to travel, and then they could go to Africa, shoot a lion, bring the head back, and put it in their living room or something. And today, like for example, I go to a hacker house and I scan a code, and then I get a proof of attendance NFT, which I put in my wallet, and then I can put it in my virtual room at the wall or something. And for games, you could gain trophies. Like imagine you win the League of Legends tournament in Korea, and then you get your big trophy, and you can put it in your trophy room. So I could imagine that people do this more often virtually now than putting stuff in their real homes.
Also, why would I buy an NFT is the same, or let's put the question differently. Why would I, for example, want to own an NFT of, let's say, Bored Ape Yacht Club? So that's one of the most popular in the media, probably. So pictures of apes. Everyone's like, what the fuck, 300,000 euro for a picture of an ape. Same question you could ask yourself, why would I own, let's say, a Ferrari? Or why would I own a Gucci bag? Or why would I own a Nike sweater?
For that I have a bit of an opinion. It's like these NFTs that you buy that are super expensive. What they actually do is they let you buy into a community.
Exactly.
Which you then, that's
it's
what you wanted to
belonging,
say.
yeah.
Yeah,
So it's
so
like, the question is not why would I own a digital JPEG or whatever with an ape, or the question is, or the answer is, you're buying into a community. And it doesn't have to be like 300,000 euros expensive. Like, I'm part of an NFT community that's called Deadfellas. And Deadfellas is a global community. It's a really cool NFT collection. But apart from that, is they meet up at conferences. They, they have like local meetups. They, you get merchandise. It's just like wearing it's a brand. It's the same concept as a brand. Like, you buy into a community. You buy into a peer group that shares the same set of values or the same set of interests or whatever. And so they're not different to brands.
I think that's a really interesting take, because I had a discussion about how culture isn't logic. And we have the St. Pauli Stadium next to this bunker. And if I would go Saturdays into a stadium and see hooligans, I wouldn't agree probably with their values, or I can't understand it. But they're like a special community and doing their thing. And I believe like maybe this whole metaverse NFT space is exactly the same, which is just having an own lingo, basically trading JPEGs, having fun, being more digital. And I wondered if we maybe then have a misconception that sometimes the headlines are NFTs are changing the world, or metaverse is changing the world, but maybe it's just extending.
Definitely. I mean, as I said, it's like what is created there with a company like Yuga Labs, who builds their own metaverse, who gives out NFT collections. It's basically they are building a brand, only that this brand is based on decentralized technology. So who cares about decentralized technology? It's a brand. And they have a really cool community, and they meet up, and then if you have one of their NFTs, you get access to, for example, 4 concerts at NFT NYC conference where Eminem is playing and Snoop Dogg is playing and I don't know, Wiz Khalifa is playing. So it's an access to a community, it's an access to whatever perks these communities have, or these projects put out. Collaborations, the Deadfellas, for example, is really close with Wrangler jeans, so they regularly put out collaborations with Wrangler, which is super cool if you're like an double denim person like I am. And so it's really, it's not that exotic. We know the concept of buying into a brand, being fan of a brand. You're like an Adidas person, or you're a Nike person, or Puma, yeah, I don't know what, but and that's the same. It's the same concept.
But does it need to be always a big brand? Because we name dropped now Starbucks, Wrangler, Adidas.
No, but the thing is that the big brands are leading, of course, because they invest into this, sure. And this is more the part. But on the other side, Yuga Labs, I mean, they started in 2021, and nobody knew that it was the apes that would go to the moon, as you would say at that point. And of course, you will now, if you look deeper into this, there was some fraud with that going on as well in the beginning.
But
and this is the part, and this is the part where everybody say, yeah, see, this was also like just some people trading now on Blur, which is a new marketplace, which is offering this a lot of concepts that might be kind of shady. But the thing is, as Nina already said, and Jonas, besides that, a lot of things are happening that you might not see, but that you might just realize at some application, at some part, on your phone, somewhere else. I'm very excited for the glasses to come. I know that the first generation might not be the one that you're looking into, but I bought my Apple Watch, I think that started also in like the 5th generation or so. So, but the point is more that we're now getting into this from many different perspectives. And the big brands, of course, they have the biggest marketing budgets, so we'll see them first. But I know so many people who just started from scratch building those projects, because basically you need a smart contract, you need to build a community, and then is this like the creator economy where also small people can become big? Or what does big mean? You can create your own community without being dependent on one of the social media platforms that we have known so far. And this is the interesting part, and therefore you do not need that much money. You just need an idea, a concept. I had this, for example, with the Redemption DAO, where they tried to save rainforest in Africa from being bought by oil companies.
Yeah,
and this went very, very fast. Also for Ukraine, when the war started.
Yeah.
What donation went fastest? It was crypto, because you can do micro donations. You don't need a third person in between. You have a peer-to-peer transaction. And this is the very, very interesting part here.
And also, like, your communities are your shareholders, and that's something that is amazing as well, because you can they can be part and they can participate in the success of the project. There's a streetwear company called The Hundreds in LA. They've existed for like 20 years or so, so it's not a new brand or not a new company. And the head of the company, Bobby Hundreds, has been trying to, or is very actively working on you know, combining in real life physical with digital economy and stuff. And so he's there experimenting. They have their own NFT collection, which is called Atom Bomb Squad. And it's like pictures of little bombs, and then they have different backgrounds and textures and patterns and so on. It's like I think it's 30,000 NFTs. So the community is 30,000 people who own atom bombs. And what they do is like every quarter or so, they give out a collection of clothing from the Atom Bomb Squad NFT collection. And then they tell the people, okay, listen, this time we're taking, let's say, green bombs, and we're printing that on T-shirts. And every owner of a green bomb NFT receives a share of the revenue from the clothing that is sold. So imagine Adidas giving out, or maybe Adidas is not the right example because they're so getting into Web3, but like imagine, I don't know, Gucci selling, having an NFT collection and selling bags and sharing the revenue of the physical products with owners of their NFT collection. And that hasn't been done before at any point. And so this is real. Your community is your shareholder, are your shareholders at the same time. And so they can feedback on ideas. You can use them to feedback that. And that's the power of NFT and Web3, is the community building, the partaking, the shareholders, and that.
But what if I'm sitting now in the crowd, maybe I'm working in an agency in Hamburg or own a small to medium-sized business. What should I do? Should I create an NFT collection? Should I go into metaverse stuff, do 3D? How do I future-proof?
First, you should ask the question, what do I need, and does this solve a problem? Why would you want to do Web3 just for the sake of Web3 or having an NFT? This is more like the thing that I always think you need some goal. If you say, yeah, it's marketing, then do it for marketing. If you say it's for governance, because, for example, I want to incentivize my employees, it does not have to be externally even, it can be an internal
Maybe
solution.
I just want to stay ahead of the curve and want to do something and feel the
you
need.
can collaborate,
so you just want to make get your hands dirty, yes?
I want to be innovative and do something.
Okay. Or like
one
one client said, I want to be in the metaverse. Yeah, but why? Yeah, because I want to be in the metaverse. It's like, that's not a goal. That's not even a briefing. It's like, why? You could spend easily hundreds of thousands of euro getting into the metaverse, whatever that means at that point, without any kind of return on your investment. And so that's going to be dead, and no one's investing in the metaverse again. But yeah, like, collaborate. You don't have to put things up on your own. You can look, for example, for a project that you like, or a community that you like, and ask them, like, could we collaborate on something? Let's say, I don't know, an educational project for like tech education, and so, as you said, Jonas, you use POAP, so proof of attendance protocols, and so you give out trainings for any kind of tech things, and then the people who attended these trainings and do little quizzes or whatever, they get an NFT from an like the collection of your collaboration partner. So you don't have to do it on your own. Or like sustainability projects are really big. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
No,
Jonah, yeah, now you need to talk.
Like you asked what you could do if you want to become incredibly rich with a great business idea, right? So
Let
what
me
you could
know
do, you can
also, if you know.
what you can do is you can use these NFTs to open doors, for example. I saw this recently, an NFT collection did this. They had their little hood somewhere, and you can use it to open a door. So what you could build now is you build your decentralized Airbnb, where you pay with crypto. You get an NFT to open the door, and after this is your time is up, then the NFT wouldn't work anymore for opening the door. So if someone builds this, I'm sure this would be incredibly successful. I would use it. I would totally buy it. I don't have to talk to anyone. I get the NFT. I can open the door with it. Afterwards, the NFT gets burned, and off I go.
Sometimes it doesn't do anything new. It just does existing things better or safer.
Yeah, it solves the key problem,
Yeah,
right? You
it
don't
solves
need
the
a
key
key
problem,
or
or
this
like-
This
Yeah.
is innovation,
They have
right?
this,
This
they
is
have this
like-
funny schnitzeljagd if you go to these Airbnbs these days. Like you have to go through some hallways and then you find a key here and then you put it somewhere else. And this could be solved with blockchain.
I need to be the party crasher right here because I saw the time. We only have 10 minutes left, roundabout. So time
But the
passes
last
fast.
question has to be if he still thinks that it's scam.
Yes.
It did-
how do I say it nicely?
Can we not say it is scam?
Yeah.
Because like, you know, whatever industry you're in, there is scam.
Yes.
There's counterfeit in luxury products, and so
But
there
actually-
is scam.
It's totally fine.
Yeah. But he's still part of the community, and he still gets invited to Snoop Dogg concerts, no matter what the value. And he doesn't want to sell the NFT, so fuck it.
No, but he had the money to
But so
invest 500K.
How do you define value? The utility of the NFT is the same as before, but just because crypto is dumping, that's how the value of that and the monetize or the financial value of that NFT. If you want to sell it, you won't get the money back that you invested. But like, what if you don't want to sell it? See, so it's not about like the value is gone. It's really about what kind of a goal do you have by buying the NFT? Are you buying into a community? Are you buying into taking part in a project and really participating? Or are you buying it just to make money? If you're buying it just to make money, that would have been a shitty investment at that
always
point.
go to zero. I always said, like, my only
Yeah.
financial advice when I was working at the gallery was, do you love that piece of art?
Yeah,
if it goes
exactly.
to zero, do you still love it? Then you can buy it. Otherwise, you can never expect that someone. It's always with trading all the time. Tulips in the 17th century. OMG. Yeah, but do I still like tulips? Yeah, they are cool. They look nice, and most people would still buy them. And news was a great example. For example, fake news. How can we tackle those? This could also be a very interesting concept for blockchain and verification where this news comes from. So I think this is already a concept because you seem to have a very, very particular part of the bubble that you're informed about. This is because you are in that bubble, we are in another bubble, and it's always really, really hard to get out of your bubble. But this would be like maybe the information that you would need to not say, oh, it's only about money, it's only about, well, that was 5K, now it's 16 bucks or even more, but getting it more from the other side, like what is value if we do not calculate it money-wise, but exactly what Nina was talking about, or for gamification. And does NFT in that particular way add another value, being a verification system, being a token for governance,
And
doing all
access.
these things. And exactly, so we have a lot more opportunities. And for digital art, by the way, why I started there, you know how this was verified before we had NFTs? With a paper certificate. And now
Still
get
is.
this, like it's kind of, you buy digital art and you need a paper certificate to prove that this is the original thing, this is kind of stupid. So we needed to find a digital way. And why blockchain? Because then we do not have to rely on one particular party to verify that with their server from their company. And this is the interesting, and we already talked about helium before we started here. I love the idea that really everyone can participate in some way. Will this lead to equality for everybody? No, it won't. And exactly the things that you're doing are still happening. Whoever heard about the PayPay coin, for example, at the moment, OMG, yeah, if you put $100 in that coin like 1 month ago, then you're super, super rich right now. Probably nobody in this room has done that. Maybe you have.
Still thinking about it.
Still thinking about it. But then you risk it all because it has been there before. Look into history. This is nothing new, and it does not apply to blockchain only. And I think this is maybe the fair point that we have to make. The technology serves for more than just investment reasons. And
this is the smallest part, actually, of the whole
kind
thing.
of, I hope it will be the smallest part. I don't know. But for me, when you look into my wallet, this was always community. And for me, it's kind of a diary where I can really always remember what happened when, who set up what project. And yeah, did I lose money? A lot. I did, yes. But well, this is kind of the experience that I've made. And I took it with the full risk and knowledge that I do so. And maybe and I will shut up then. Responsibility. Self-responsibility is one of the things that we learn again with blockchain. Yes, do your own research, no financial advice. And if you have the responsibility for your wallet, you have the full responsibility.
My last recommendation, I think, in general.
I think it was a very valid point that this is that there's lots of scam, and I think this argument will only go away in some time when we all start using that stuff without thinking about it. Like, for example, there's this messenger now called Dialect on chain, and it has sticker packs, and there are NFTs, and you don't even notice. And then at some point you have these NFTs, and you can use them or not. And I think when we start using that stuff without thinking about this is crypto or needs the price go up or down, I think then this will solve at some point.
And my general recommendation when it comes to metaverse is wherever Mark Zuckerberg is in the headline or somewhere in the text, just ignore it. Like, seriously, we've been building immersive 3D and metaverse experiences now for like a year, which is not a lot, but whatever. But like, Mark Zuckerberg is non-existent in my daily work. I don't give a rat's ass about what Mark Zuckerberg does because usually it's not really good. He doesn't have an idea of the metaverse and its technology in the sense of he doesn't have a real goal, and we can see that now because he's kind of down building it. Same with AI. It's just like we don't build anything on his platform right now. So like there's a lot of media coverage about him, but he doesn't play a role in the space at all at the moment.
That's a good insight. And by looking at the time, maybe we can end it with a lightning round where each of you can explain in 30 seconds or less what is the main message that you want the audience to take away from this panel today.
Okay, then I go first. You still think I always talk before I think. I think after. I think the main message is that get your information not only from one source, like it's always. Be curious about what's going on, what's happening, and think of more how does this technology lead to a solution for existing problems. And forget about the investment part if you're really looking into developing something new. Look what community building helps you. Look what you can do for sustainability, how you can track supply chain solutions, etc. There's a lot of things. And as you said, maybe you want to follow us as well. And if there's a follow-up question, always feel free to reach out. I think we're all willing to help and answer every question as good as we can. Don't ask for 100 or 20x. I'm not answering that question. So this is my takeaway. Thank you.
I want to give a strong +1 to the thing that you said. Be curious. I think that's like super important. Be curious. Ask questions, and when it comes to new technology, try to avoid mainstream media. Like in general, I think it hasn't helped any kind of emerging tech ever. Sure, follow us on LinkedIn. My posts are usually not very like techy or into the details of the technology. I rather have people who have never touched Web3 or Metaverse understand use cases and understand what the potential of this new technology development. And so, yeah, and be curious. That's really like in life and in Web3 and in technology is like, be curious, take a look at it and try it out. I think that's the core.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yes, since there are lots of developers here, I would recommend you try it out because building decentralized systems is extremely interesting. We call it often also chewing glass, but it's lots of fun to like figure things out. The space is still super new. Stuff is changing almost every week, and yeah, try it out. Build your own things. Yeah, tons of opportunities there, and lots of fun, at least for a developer, I think.
Research Yuga Labs. I think that's a good starting point. It's like for those who want to understand, it's like Yuga Labs is building, we're calling it the next Disney. It's like Yuga Labs is building an entertainment system based on decentralized and immersive technology and everything having to do with it, from coins to how you can pay, how you can play, how you can own stuff, who you can be in that system. And so that's a really, really interesting company.
Nina, you can also look into RTL Sissy NFTs if you want to do it from the other side where we already have, where we already have the audiences. This is the interesting part. We have the communities, and now for us it's more like, what can we add with Web3? So you can look at it from both parts.
Yeah, but like I would try to look at ecosystems to understand it really. And Yuga Labs is a really good ecosystem.
I guess that's a good discussion we take into the break we have now. And we stay just curious, right? And what do I need to say? We have lunch break, 1 hour. Okay, just, thank you so much.
Thanks so much for this very insightful and educating talk. You basically did a public service, I think, today. I found it very eye-opening. Let's see, who got hungry when you heard about the pizza story? Right, so there is lunch behind me. There's no pizza. There are 2 bowls. Both options are vegan. One is with soy and peanut, and the other one is allergy friendly, so without soy and peanut. The room will probably not host everybody. It has limited capacity, and then if we all sit there together and eat, it also gets really hot and uncomfortable. So I want to bring to your attention the social workspace we have in the back. So if you follow the toilet signs to your left, there is a room there with a table that afterwards maybe you can play on. That's also where the bug challenge is. So use that space for lunch as well. And since not all the people from the workshop are back here, spread the word. So if you see people crowding around, tell them to spread. And we'll see you back here at 2. Thank you.
Ja, tatsächlich. Okay. Wie bitte?
Hey, 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 hey. Okay, find your way back to your seats or to seats, because we will continue with the program. We're halfway through, so you just kind of have to go through just as much. Yes, there are chairs here, open front row, front and center. I guess people who wanted to do a workshop are already gone, but just in case you are not, there are 2 workshops starting now at 2 and running until 4. One is the accessible and scalable workshop in the room Altona, and the other one is let's build a crypto game in San Pauli room. So for workshops, all the way back to the entrance against the glass door and then left or right. Or you can just stay here and get to know Niels. He is jumping in for Linus. There was a small change in our schedule today, but Niels is a freelancer, front-end developer, and UX designer focusing on performance, usability, and accessibility. He's a strong advocate of the web platforms and likes solving complex UX puzzles, crafting people-first interfaces, and talking about purposeful approaches to productivity. He has more than 8 years of experience working for cross-functional teams at NGOs, global brands, and local startups. Today he'll talk about the evolution of design tokens. Good, that's correct. Niels, the stage is yours.
Out how I turn this back on again. Okay, it works. Nice. So, the evolution of design tokens, and first I'm really curious. So, who of you is a designer here in the audience? Okay, yeah. 2. Who's a developer? Okay, quite a lot. Who's doing something completely different? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, design tokens, I think it's a topic at the intersection of design and code. But today I focus more on the code side of things. I go back in history to see where we're coming from, the history of CSS, and the need for design tokens, so what problem it solves actually. But it will become really interesting for designers too in the future. Hopefully there will be a standard, and it will also speed up the work and the collaboration between designers and developers. So, but first, I hope it's not too dry. We go back in history, and we go back to the 90s, the early 90s, when the first web browser was released. We didn't have any tools to style our website in the beginning. So authors were really asking for simple, intuitive ways to style websites. CSS just didn't exist. So there were workarounds, and today I think they look really ugly. We had presentational elements and attributes. So we attached the styling right to individual single HTML elements, and we had these, as you can see here, we have a multi-col element just responsible for the layout and not the semantic meaning. as it is today, and we have attributes responsible for the size or the color. But the real big drawback, as you can imagine, is you have to repeat yourself all the time. So that wasn't a good solution. I mean, authors could style their HTML. Okay, that was possible. But the drawbacks, no separation of concerns. So we mix up styling and structure and semantic meaning, and lots of repetition, as I said. CSS level 1 to the rescue. In 1996, December, I guess it was, CSS recommendation was published, and that changed quite a lot. So we separated the styling from the structure and semantic meaning. And CSS came with two really powerful features. The first, inheritance. That means now I could write a rule, like I could change my color at the body element, for example, and that inherited to all the child elements. So with one line of CSS, I could affect the whole look of the document. So that was quite interesting. Also, I could reuse classes. So it was really easy to define a set of rules and then to reapply it later on to reach consistency. I have a quick example here. Just one line of CSS will change the whole document. Now we have a serif font very soon, and now like a handwritten font, and we can make red. It's just that single line here for the color and the font family here, and that affects the look of the whole document. So at that time, I think that was really revolutionary because we could control the whole layout, the whole look of especially font-related properties in the document. And yeah, as I said, we separated structure and semantics. We had less repetition, and we had just global control on our styling. And I identified a pattern. So we'll see this again later in this talk. I think we moved the responsibility up, or especially we removed it from the HTML. We moved it out the HTML file to the CSS file, and it's kind of a higher order. So it is a place where you can control in a single spot design decisions that distribute down to the HTML document. And that's a pattern I identified at some other points in time. So but there were drawbacks, and I was told when I hold this talk the first time, it was 60 minutes. So now it's the quick version of it. So if anything's unclear, I'm here at the conference, so feel free to ask me. It's like half the time. And I was told I should show this right in the beginning, this sheet. It's an interface inventory, and it shows the problems that came up. So maybe you know this, but what we had, like many similar looking elements, components, but they were slightly different, like sharp corners, rounded corners. We had different shades of red. This is a real interface inventory Brad Frost took for Condé Nast. So there are differences at every level, I guess. So same here. From an article published on Smashing Magazine. So you can see slightly different blue color tones. Here even is a gradient. Here we don't have a gradient at all. So it's really hard to keep that consistent because we just didn't have what we have today. So today we have variables. So we can define our values once and add references throughout the project later on. So we don't have to repeat ourselves anymore. And that was introduced with SAS. Later we had less, and since 2017 we have custom properties, right, baked into CSS. So it's native variables, key value pairs that allow us to reuse the values across our platform, across our tech stack. So just a quick example, I guess. Who's working with CSS and custom properties? Okay, like a few, like a third maybe. Okay, So here's what it looks like. We define our core color values, for example, at the root level of the CSS file, then probably apply a semantic meaning to it, and later on it gets really easy to exchange the meaning. For example, if you want to create a dark theme, it's really easy because you have not just colors, you have meaning, like headline level 1 color, and in dark mode you can just switch the meaning of that. So that gets really easy, and you can create CSS files that look almost like what you know from design tools. So these are examples from Figma and Sketch. So Sketch used to be really popular among designers. Now I would say Figma is probably the most meaningful, the most popular UI design tool right now. And you can see exactly the same that we saw in our CSS file. We can our colors are variables, our text styles are presets of combined variables, because it's not just font size, it's also style, color, and some other things combined into font preset. And the big advantage was we have now single point decisions at one place. This led to consistency. So afterwards, probably you wouldn't find those 30 different color shades anymore, because you define your value once and then just reference those values later on. And yeah, theming white labeling is really straightforward. So I have some examples later on, I guess. And I think this time again, we moved responsibility up, this time inside the CSS architecture, but now it's at the top of our CSS architecture, and the decisions are made there, and they are distributed down to individual components and CSS files, but we make it at one point, so it's really clear where to change something, and it propagates down to every single corner of your website or web app or whatever you're developing. But there are still drawbacks, and this is where design tokens come into play. We right now, design tool and code editor, so it's not in sync. So if you got these variables I showed you for Figma, and you get these variables in your code editor, that's not synced. So in Figma, it is maintained manually as well as in the code editor. So that can be a big pain point if you've got many different platforms and channels. So it's not in sync, especially also not your different, if you have an Android app, iOS app, Mac OS native app, it's not in sync because those variables live inside the tech stack. And design tokens come into play to escape outside the tech stack and to move up, to move outside the tech stack and to propagate the decisions down to every single tool you use in your everyday work. So that's probably, yeah, what I wanted to say in the end of this talk. But there's an example, Spotify, 2015. They had a major rebranding going on, and just adjusting the green tone, their brand color, took them 2 months. And because they did to make this manually, and that was 2015. 2018, they already had 200 designers, 2,000 engineers, 45 different platforms, including a smart fridge, you can see here, and 22 different design systems, and they were not connected. So if then someone decides to change the green color tone, it would be even worse. So that couldn't be the solution. And that's where design tokens come into play. And I'm really curious, did anyone hear about design tokens yet? Okay, yeah. Actually, it's not a very old concept, but there is no official standard yet, and probably that's the reason why not everybody cares about it right now. But the one who came up with the idea for design tokens, or at least who coined the term, was Gina Ann. She was working at Salesforce, and they wanted to scale their design. So yeah, she coined the term, and their goal was to scale the design across all platforms. And she is still really involved into that, and she has some really interesting podcasts and has written some articles about the topic, so you can definitely check that out. And I chose another definition. There is a W3C working group. It's not an official W3C track, so it's a working group, community group, not official, but you have companies like Adobe, Figma, Sketch, Microsoft, Google, Baidu, Salesforce, and others. They participate in the process. But all the time I read something about design tokens, it's written, it's not really sure if there will be an official standard. But for some reason, I'm quite confident because many people want that, and they are working towards a standard at least. So their definition, design tokens are a methodology for expressing design decisions in a platform-agnostic way so that they can be shared across different disciplines, tools, and technologies. They help establish a common vocabulary across organizations. And when I read that, I thought that's quite a lot, so I wanted to break it down and probably have a quick look at the aspects of that definition. Design decisions, platform agnostic, shared across different disciplines, tools, and technologies, and the common vocabulary that design tokens establish. So design decisions sounds complicated, but it's quite easy. It's like a brand's DNA. It's the work of art directors, of brand designers. It's the color, the typeface, spacing, everything that makes your brand unique. So yeah, it's as simple as that. Brad Frost, who invented the atomic design methodology, would say they're subatomic particles, so the smallest pieces of a design. But actually, it's quite easy. It's if you have this button, you can see it's border radius, padding, font family, colors, everything like that. That's the design decision. Platform agnostic means design tokens don't use a platform-specific syntax. So you could work with XML, JSON, JavaScript, CSS, SAS, LESS, and other technologies. But design tokens are there to overcome those limitations. So they chose to make it a JSON file format that can be transformed to whatever need you have. So that's also important. It's not done when you have a JSON file with your design tokens. You need a tool in the middle that translates those tokens to your platform-specific needs. But we'll come to that point now. Okay. As you can see, design decisions are here. That's probably already done when you do your work as a developer. So it's more the domain of designers and art directors maybe. And then you have tokens. And tokens can be a JSON, single JSON file in simplest form, but you can also have multiple interconnected JSON files, for example. They live in a repository, but you can do, mostly you cannot do anything about it. You need a translation layer that's here. And that makes those tokens platform specific and translated, whether you work on an Android team, iOS team, web team, translates it to the platform-specific language you need. And yeah, I will come to that point probably later because I show a short demo of a tool. And the other point is shared across different disciplines. So definitely, I think it brings different disciplines closer together. So definitely UI designers and front-end developers, maybe also art directors, and I wouldn't say it's for sure who controls the values of those tokens. It could be the designer, it could be the developer, it could be someone else. That's up to the company's needs and your organization. But I think, yeah, it's shared across those disciplines, and they have a common playground for design decisions, I would say. You can implement tokens in your code editor, in your documentation tool, like Storybook, for example, Zero Height or others, and you can implement it in your design tool using plugins. It's not natively supported. Adobe call it design tokens in XD, but it's something different. Figma has a really nice plugin, so you can definitely use it in Figma. And I hope there will be native support in design tools very soon. And yeah, you can share it across different technologies. That's the translation layer that enables us to export XML, JSON, JavaScript, or whatever we need. So let's have a look at the anatomy of a design token. As I said, there is no official standard, but actually what I will show you is the proposal of the W3 community group, and I think it seems so logical. It's I think it will give you a good example of how it could look like. So that's the JSON file. That's a single token. It has a name, and here we have a key value pair. So this is the name, like brand color acid green, and the value would be this hex color code. That's the simplest form of a design token. But there can be additional properties. So to further give you an example of what a token is dedicated for, it can be of a type color, size, font family, for example. It can have a description where you get some usage examples, what it's intended for, how to use it. That's definitely a thing. It can have some metadata, but I didn't found any example for that. So here you see design tokens with more properties. It has a value, the hex color code. Type is color because it's a color token, and here short description. And there are composite design tokens, and that's the case. Actually, it's exactly the same. You're used to work with typography in Word, so it doesn't make sense if you define a font family, for example. That's maybe useless. You need to combine font face, font size, line height, maybe letter spacing. So in order to make it a style, you need to group different properties to really come up with meaningful text styles. So that's a composite token. It's what you actually used to if you work with Word or design tools. So probably this is a headline XL, so it's apparently a font style, and it has a font family, font size, font weight, line height. Type is typography, so that's a reusable typography token. And we have alias tokens, so that's you can reference tokens. That's really powerful when it comes to white labeling and theming. So here we got that purple 600 token, and that's a reference to another token that's living inside that file or in a connected file. So I think I show that later on. And now that's probably, I've seen a whole talk on this, and we have like 5 minutes probably, but that's how you would use it in reality. So typically, most people use a layered process. So they don't just use a token purple 500. So they apply meaning to it, semantic meaning to it. Like it's the purple 500 is has the meaning this is for action or interactivity, for example. And then again, we have a component level. So that's what I wanted to show here, but I think this is makes it clearer. So this is just the raw value, doesn't play a role. This is our purple 500 color tone, and now it gets interesting. Now it gets meaning. So we say that shall be our action color, and on the component level, our button gets this action color as a background. So here we see it in another graphics. So here are different options. We choose this one to be the color interactive, and then it can be reused for different purposes that need interactivity shown to the user. So the benefits, it's clarity. So now we have a single source of truth. So the design decisions don't live in their tech stacks in the platforms or in the design tool. So in the past, if a designer who usually owns the design, I guess, wanted to have a green tone changed, he needed to talk to the Android team, to the iOS team, to the web team. He had to change it in the design tool. Probably the documentation had to be changed manually. So, and now you have this single source of truth. So one responsible person could change the color tone, and how this works in reality is up to the company. So designers could create a pull request, for example, and the developer could check if everything's right and working, or could be the other way around. The developer changes the color tone and the designer gets a notification in Figma, and he needs or she needs to confirm that the change is, everything's right with the change. So that can be a workflow that's up to the organization, what you really need. But it simplifies the process. You have one point where the decision is made, and it can automatically trigger rebuilds of your application or your website if you want to, and it can also trigger a pop-up in your design tool that asks you, do you really want to have this merged to your main branch, and then it gets built and is live. So that's really one good example of how this simplifies the work. You have consistency, so definitely, and not consistency inside your tech stack, across tech stacks, because they all get their values from the same source. Yeah, it's efficient, that's what I say. You said you don't have to go into all the applications and change it manually. It's scalable, white labeling gets really straightforward. I have 2 quick demos that show this afterwards. And interestingly, also it empowers designers, I think, because now they have control. If you want them to do this, they can control what gets built into the real product. So that's also a benefit. That's exactly what Spotify did. They connected all their design systems using design tokens. They still have lots of design systems. I heard independently working teams, that's important for them. So they still have many design systems, but they're connected through tokens, and that makes it a whole lot easier to make adjustments. So, and I think probably, again, we move the responsibility up. So, right, it's not inside our tech stack anymore. We moved it outside our tech stacks and now have a whole new source of truth living outside our individual tech stacks. So, and from there we can distribute our design decisions down to all the other platforms. So I think that's probably the main benefit of design systems. And I have a quote by Louis Chenay. He's also developing an app around design systems. The design system is your land, and your design tokens are the language people use to communicate design decisions with each other. And that's probably something I wanted to mention. So because the talk that usually should be take place here was about development and design and the relationship. I don't know the talk, but I think there's a point here with design tokens, bringing designers and developers closer together. So I would say don't do handoffs. A handoff would be a designer finishes working on a project, hands it over to the developer, and they don't see each other again. So it's finished for the designer. And I would argue it's much better if you go and start a continuous conversation, designers and developers, so learn from each other, talk to each other, and I hope design tokens are probably a new common playground. Also simplify these conversation by establishing a shared vocabulary and simplifying some things that have been complicated probably before. So that's the main part I wanted to show. If there's time left, 2 quick demos. Oh no, there are drawbacks. Yeah, it's not as good as I said yet, because standardization is still in progress. So we don't know if there will be a standard, but it's not standardized. That's a drawback right now. We don't have it in Figma, for example. No native support. You have to use a plugin, and I know companies don't like using third-party plugins because if it's built natively in a tool, it's much more attractive, and they want to rebuild the entire workflow. So many people are waiting for this to be supported natively in design tools. Also, it could be, right now, it could be a little bit overhead to implement that in small projects. It will time to set that up. So if you just have a marketing site, and probably documentation side. It could be overhead, but I think that will change if we get this into design tools. I think this will be mainstream in a few years from now, I hope. So I have 2 demos, and probably one of the most well-known tools is Style Dictionary from Amazon. It's located in the translation layer. So that's responsible for translating JSON to platform-specific code. Another tool would be Theo by Salesforce, but I just wanted to show you how that works. Actually, I have a config. I can set up my needs, what formats I need, XML, Swift, less, SAS, custom properties. I set it up here in the config. Here are my color tokens, and down below are my output files. So right now I just change the value of the light gray tone. Soon. All right, so I change it to something F5, hit save, and what happens, this is instantly updated. Now I have XML for Android. I have custom properties for a web platform. I have JS consts and also a SAS variable. And this is just an example. So you could translate it to whatever your needs are. And it's really straightforward to set up, I would say. And this was, to me, it was really mind-blowing to get this, because in Figma, if you create designs, I mean, as a developer, you might be used to think in components, but for design tools, it's this concept is newer, I would say. And especially designing themes is really complicated in design tools today. And this little plugin, Figma, it's Token Studio for Figma, makes this really straightforward, because I just reassign the meaning of different variables. So I just have one component, I add a layer on top on it that assigns meaning to different elements, and I can swap this. So I can really easy, it's really quick now, but as you see, I just check this on, and I have completely different designs using the same components, the same Figma structure, but just adding the token layer on top of it, I get a really straightforward workflow then in Figma. And this is probably saving lots of hours every week, I think, for every designer working with theming especially, or probably white labeling if you got a big company with lots of different brands. So this is definitely an interesting development. So yeah, I think thanks a lot. That's it.
Thank you, Niels. That was a super cool presentation. Any questions? Yes. Yes, you. And please repeat the question for our live stream audience.
Mm-hmm. 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 So the question was, there are different needs for the users of Android systems and iOS systems, and whether design tokens can take care about that. I think probably you can have a shared base. So I guess colors probably. I mean, you look for strong contrast, great accessibility. So there will be shared aspects of the design, but probably you need to split it at some point actually. But that's totally possible. So you could definitely add more layers in your token architecture, and then you could add some extra rules for Android that override probably the existing ones for iOS. Or but I think you have more like a shared base and then could split that up and have dedicated rules.
Thank you. Any other questions? Otherwise, Niels is also hosting meetups where he covers topics like web development, design, productivity, creativity, and sustainability. So connect with him on LinkedIn or Meetup and keep being inspired. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Maybe at this point we take like a 5-minute break to let the next speaker set up, and you guys can get a couple of refreshments and see you back here in 5 minutes, so not too long.
Test, test.
Hi. Sorry to interrupt again. But yes, make your way slowly back to your chairs. Okay. For this talk, we are joined by Verena Taub, who is breaking barriers, stepping out of her comfort zone, and letting magic happen. She just gave her first tech talk at a meetup a month ago. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And is here today to share her story from being an HR expert to becoming a cloud consultant. Two things that are quite different from one another, I think, in my head at least. This is especially encouraging for all of us who are out there hoping and thinking and wishing and dreaming of a career change, but lacking the courage maybe, or those who did take the very uncomfortable step to change and have lost the comfort of being the expert and having a million years of experience in the field, and with it maybe lost some of the self-confidence as well. Speaking of which, in our social co-working room where the bug challenge is, there is a board with job positions and openings, so you're welcome to check that out and get inspired. And Verena, I'm passing on to you and look forward to your talk.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for being here. I'm slightly nervous. This is the first time I'm having this talk, so it's made with love just for you here. So also be patient. And I'm trying to not speak too fast, which sometimes happens. If this happens, just raise your hand and I'll know that I should slow down. And actually, I will do it a bit similar like Niels did. So checking out who is here. So please raise your hand if you are a junior developer. Good. A seasoned developer, you can interpret how you want to. Awesome. Any career changes? Ooh, they're coming. Great, so I'm not alone. And I'm really interested also on your view of what I'm now presenting, but of course also about the view of all the seniors and seasoned developers. So I also will be here later. Come to me, talk to me. But long story short, hi. I'm Verena, surprise. I'm a cloud consultant at Superluminar, and well, it took me a bit becoming a cloud consultant. How so? So what has happened so far? So I was actually starting in IT quite some while ago, but on the other side. So I was working as an HR manager, and I started my first job after studies 2008, and I think it was something December 2008. January 2009, I thought like, well, actually it's way more fun what my colleagues are doing than what I'm doing. But as you can see, it took some while and some steps to really get into a bit more into the tech teams. So I also thought like, well, maybe it might be also fun doing HR as a freelancer. So I tried that. It was. Still, it wasn't making me 100% happy. So I thought, let's try with Rails Girls. They're having workshops for the weekend. Try to do some coding. Loved it. But well, being a freelancer is a lot of work. So as always, like you want to do something in the evenings, you just can't because there's so much to do. Then I thought maybe doing some Scrum mastering and going a bit more from that point of view, because as an HR manager, you do a lot of things which are similar to what a Scrum Master does. Maybe that would help. Kind of didn't. Still, I thought, let's found a company, do more recruiting and hire people and maybe get some more freedom for what I want to do and more freedom for trying to code and learn a little bit. But I also became a mother. And again, life goes on. Life is how it is and still no time for coding. So in 2020, I was really like, okay, now I have to change something. I have to do something. I started with my bootcamp. In 2021, I had a first gig as a freelancer. next to my still HR job. So the bootcamp was next to my job and to my kid and to my family and to the household and to everything. But last but not least, what I realized is I have basically no talent for styling and for design. It's just not, I mean, I can do it, but I'm not really good at it. And I'm think better in digging under the hood. So that is where I finally ended up being a cloud consultant, doing infrastructure as code. That was a long story, I know, sorry, but just to give you a bit more context from where I come from. And what am I planning to do with you today? Well, share my experiences actually. So it is really like a hands-on tips and tricks, like out of my experience, knowing both sides of the medal, right? I was working as an HR person. I was hiring also career changes because I always advocated for, let's say, more diversity in tech and bringing more women into tech teams. And then I became one myself. Surprise. So trying to give you as much tricks and tips I can for, let's say, hiring, also mentoring and working together with juniors and / career changes. I would now quite often say juniors, and I mean both, right? So just for the sake of clarity. What this talk is not, it's not about bashing, it's not about blaming, it's also not about complaining, right? That's, I think, is very, very important. It's a bit more like, well, I have experienced some traits, or I saw some traits I discussed with other juniors, and on the one hand, I want to encourage seniors or give seniors some views on how juniors feel in special situations, but of course also encourage juniors to step up, or well, step up, but that sounds very hard. No, but just open the mouth and say something, right? Because quite often these situations are just not realized by the senior developers. Long story short, that is what we're starting, and let's start with hiring, because in the end we have to hire someone, right? And well, I'm a former tech recruiter, so I can't help myself, but I'm trying to make it short as possible. So, well, it is always hard to find the right people, especially when you're looking for engineers, of course. And when you are a career changer, especially looking for a job, it's even harder, right? Because there are a lot of junior positions out there, but they quite often look a bit like that from the requirement side of things, right? Like, it's a junior position and I need more than 1 year of experience in coding. Like, how? How should I do this? I mean, it's hard for career changes. I think it's still hard for juniors. But it is tricky. I was sneaking around a little more. Well, it's getting better, or let's say more accessible, but still not great, right? So my advice would be, from both sides actually, try to really mention that you don't have to know everything, right? If there are some lacks or not everything is 100% covered, I mean, just still apply. We will see if it works out. And if you're open for lateral, like career changes, write it in there, right? Let them know, because otherwise they will be freaked out. So it's actually pretty easy. That's on the job description side of things. Another thing, which is not so much junior, senior, but just generally advocating for diversity in tech, is the wording itself, right? Not so much like how much experience do you wish for, but there are some, let's say, words which are very dominant and strong, and we are yay, right? And me personally, I'm not really kind of, yes, that's a company I want to work for. A lot of women aren't too. And then there is a bit more like wording when it comes to being more collaborative, working together, right? It's not so much the individualism, but it is like we as a team. This is way more appealing. So I would definitely advocate for check your job descriptions a little bit, like how they are formulated. There are awesome tools, like the gender decoder. You have the link here, where you basically just paste your job description and you get an analysis, like how masculine is it formulated. Actually, the link below for the German version is actually based on the English version, just to make it a little easier. So I would always recommend doing that, no matter juniors, seniors, whatever. If you want to have diverse teams, just double check. So, drinking. Next topic, interview situations. And well, I would assume everybody here in the room doesn't like them. Do you? I mean, none of us do. I also didn't like them. Even when I was a domain expert, I was doing a lot of pitches for new clients and so on, right? I still was nervous. I was never scared that much in my life as before technical interviews. Like, it was really, oh no, I will go there, I will fail miserably. And interestingly, it's really hard to find hints out there. I mean, there's plenty of hints for how you should behave, what you should say, like how you should play the game, right? There's close to nothing for interviewers, how to do it, right? Especially not for career changes. So I tried to gather some tips. It's not too much, but just some tiny things. So choose the right interviewers, meaning choose people where you know they are very good in conducting interviews, they are engaging, they are empathic. If you have juniors, great, involve them at some point in the interviewing process. If you're interviewing women, have women also interviewing them, right? I mean, it seems obvious, but quite often companies don't do it. So if you have any kind of chance of changing that in your company, I would definitely recommend. And also take a good amount of time of setting the stage. We will be really nervous, like really. And we need some safe spot in the beginning, right? And that could be explain your past experience, explain why you got into tech, and so on. I mean, there's so many questions. So take even more time than you would normally do in putting people at ease. And last but not least, we all know why we do coding challenges, because we want to understand how people tackle problems and so on, right? But especially for juniors and career changes, it's way easier to start with, let's discuss your project. Show me something and why you did this like that, and maybe we can have a look. It's always way easier. Then afterwards, you can still put some snippet in there, right? But just as a quick idea. That was it for interviewing. I mean, ideally, we now found someone. Awesome. So we will work together. And in that case, I brought actually just some sentences, since I'm like sentences I hear, I wouldn't say a lot, right? But I hear. And maybe again, a disclaimer. Again, it's not bashing, it's not complaining, right? It's just going through some situations and raising awareness on both sides, actually, like for juniors, but also for people mentoring them. So let's start. Let me quickly show you. Yes, please. I mean, of course, I'm a career changer. Everything is new to me. Please show me, right? But maybe not quickly, because quickly can happen in like complete overload of things. And also, maybe you can show me while guiding me through, right? Not just, let me do it. But rather like, okay, let's share screen. I explain you what you need to do, and we discuss why we need to do it, right? So please, that doesn't mean please don't show me anything at all. Please do. Please still do. I need it. But maybe not all the time just show quickly. But from time to time, there are situations where you can just take more time and guide people through. Well, you just need to. For career changes, it's never just. It's really never. And things are not obvious. And things are not like we always do it, because quite often we never did it before. So it's a bit also similar to the one before. It's also easier for us to just do it and try it. Maybe even try it first on ourselves and fail miserably, but learning out of it. That was the error. Let me just, bam. So you have an error message, and the person says like, yeah, great. And off she goes, the error message. You never see it again. Person is fixing it, and we are all happy, which is great because we fixed the problem, we solved the problem, and we saw how we need to do it. Maybe we won't remember next time we see the error message because we haven't read it, or we haven't really looked out for something. And I also, again, no bashing, no complaining, I know it's so often out of situation because I saw that error 2,000 times. It's so easy. I'm just making it quickly, right? But maybe we haven't. And maybe we would love to sneak into it and try to fix it ourselves. So this would be a great situation. Like, do you also see it? Should we look into it together? Shall I do it, but you do it yourself, and then we sit together again and have a look at it? Because then you could still do it if, for example, you have pressure on a project, deadlines is approaching, whatever. You could still fix it and it's good, but we still have the chance to do it ourselves and then just combine and see. I love that one. Why is your IDE so weird? Let me fix that. Again, I love your wisdom. I love what you can show me. But my IDE is my very last comfort zone I have. Right? It's basically in my daily job, it's the only thing which I'm used to and I've seen before and I know how it will react. So of course it's always helpful to get hints, like to get ideas of how you can improve. But maybe tell me, and I might at a specific point when my head is not as full, I might change, right? Or I might try to understand how it works. I might adapt it to my routine. Because again, I know where this comes from. I know it comes from, I want to help you to become even better, right? You are great, become even better. But we have so many things in our head, really much. And normally the IDE is the least problem we have, like really the least. So please share the wisdom, share shortcuts whatsoever, but let maybe us make screenshots and have a look at it later. Well, I could tell the whole story about that. It's a bit more reading now, apologies for that. But that was a typical pairing situation, or typical. It wasn't typical, and it was also a situation where I would say both sides could have done things better. So that's why I'm sharing it, actually. So situation was I was pairing for quite some while with someone, with a very experienced developer, in a language I wasn't really familiar with. And I was like coding there on code I'd never seen before for quite some while. And it's actually really hard for us juniors to read other person's code. Because so far we were mainly used writing our own little projects and do some stuff, right? So it's so for us it's like really brain exploding if we have to read another person's code, which is maybe even not very well documented. It can happen, right? So I was kind of, my brain was gone already. It was like 1 hour in Go. I'm not used to Go. And like, what? So I was really done. So the person I was pairing with was like, well, just put a map there in line 27. I'm like, okay, map. Map is a JavaScript method for an array. There is no array around. So I'm like, map. Yeah, well, there, line 27. I'm like, yeah. Long story short, I never heard of a map as being something else as the method in JavaScript. Of course, I should have said so. But in that situation, I just couldn't, because I was confused, I was irritated, I was tired, and I was feeling bad. Like, a map is so easy, right? Why don't I get it? And the other person, on the other hand, also didn't get that I was like, what is this? What is a map? And then, I mean, long story short, never take for granted that everybody knows what a map is, slash that all the let's say terms you put in there are automatically known and recognized. But also for us juniors, we have to ask, right? And it is hard, but we have to kind of somehow, if situations especially are like that, we just have to clearly say, but we're not in JavaScript, I just know that method, what exactly do you mean? It would make both of our lives very easy, or easier, let's say. That one is really my favorite. It's also the last one. I'm not sure, I see a lot of people laughing because you might have similar situations. And, well, we all know there is documentation out there. Some is okay, some is really bad. Not many is awesome. And, well, yes, I checked the docu. I did. But I kind of understand something completely different than you. So all the time I'm reading docu, and that's just making very clear, all the time I'm reading docu, I'm feeling like this, right? Especially if afterwards I see what the senior made out of the same documentation, right? And I think that is something because experienced developers are used to reading documentation. They can also connect dots and say like, okay, it's similar, like we have to do it in this and that. So we don't. We just don't. And also there is out there documentation which is really, really bad. Fun fact, there's also some tools out there which naming convention is really, really bad. So I was actually, I had to implement a tool. I'm not naming something, but the tool was named like a dish. And the documentation was horrible. It was also pretty new. And I just didn't get it at all. So I tried to Google, right? Of course, what would you do as a developer? You Google, you look for Stack Overflow posts whatsoever. But the only thing I got was like cooking recipes. And then it's really not helping if I'm getting asked, like, have you read the docu? Yes, I did. I did even more, but it's not helpful, right? And I think this is something especially where seniors are so used to reading it and understanding it like that, even if it is a horrible documentation, that you are not aware that for us it's like, oh, that's really tricky, right? So reading documentation is something we really have to learn, and we take some time for it. So, long story short, was it long? I don't know even how much time I took. Maybe I just some last and final words, summing it up and giving some advice. Don't over-optimize, please, especially when it comes to trying to make the junior extremely efficient, because of course that's the goal. I mean, we also want to be efficient, right? We want to contribute. We want to be a valuable part of the team, but we have so much in our head, right? And we can't do everything at the same time. We just need some time, and then we might not want to change our ID. Well, it's great that you say use IntelliJ, but no, sorry, I will not now. I will not try it out. I just simply don't have the time, because my free Slack time I'm using for learning everything else. So that's maybe like that. I understand where it comes from, and actually, I'm really wowed by that, because I have to say I have the greatest colleagues in the world, right? They're bringing me so much input, and in the evening I'm just done, right? And that's just something to keep in mind. But that's also kind of a problem we have. The more we know as juniors, the more we know what we don't know. And that's a problem. And that's something you can't just solve. That's something we have all day. I have all day. And I think that's something we have to cope with also ourselves. It's just part of the job, right? It's also part of working in IT, where everything changes like that. So it's just for me, like, rather let's say, please have that in mind. Please also have that in mind when you look at the juniors code and think like, why would you do it like that? It's way too complicated. Well, it is, because we are so proud that we now know how we can do that in that kind of method, or like, we are so proud that we don't really understand, at least not 100% directly, that it might be completely over-engineered, right? So we don't have that kind of relationship or understanding of relationships yet. So please refactor, of course, but also explain why and what we can do instead. Yeah, maybe this for that. Also, as I mentioned before, like, there's a lot of things in our head, and actually that's great, because that's, at least from my end point of view, I was really feeling bored at a specific point being in HR, because there wasn't enough learning moments for me, right? It was like, okay, I'm the expert, I'm telling everybody new stuff, and they're like, wow, but who tells me new stuff? I'm like, well, come on, I can't do that for the rest of my life. So now I have the opposite. And there is so many things out there. And as I mentioned, the more you know what you still should learn or have a look at, and then your colleague comes with some ace new stuff, and you also want to dig into that. So it is really a very thin line between, yes, that's a positive challenge, I love it, and oh my gosh, I don't know where to end. Again, it's nothing where I can say like, and that's the method how you can solve it, because I think there isn't. But it is definitely something where I think juniors should raise, let's say concerns, maybe not concerns, but juniors just should say when they feel we are getting into that overwhelming part, And seniors also should ask proactively, because I still see it on myself. Well, you don't want to admit that you're not, like, that it's too much, right? Because you also have the feeling of, like, I want to be successful, I want to show you how cool I am. So you're reluctant in admitting, like, that's just too much, you're just trying to cope. And that's also a trait, which can be dangerous. So I think that's especially a point where it's so important that both speak with each other. And it is hard, it needs trust, but I think it's definitely worth it to just do that also on a regular basis, not just once. If you do that once, then 2 months later, it might be the same situation again. And also never forget how much more experience you have. I mean, maybe I'm really kind of a late starter with 35 starting programming, really. But I missed quite some years. You already did that. I also maybe missed the time where you were studying and doing some stuff on the weekends or in the evenings. I'm a mom. I mean, I'm working 35 hours, then I have my kid, is putting him to bed, and then the day's done. I can't just play around with stuff. So I will never ever be able to get to that point where you are already. So just have that always in mind. As I mentioned before, for us, nothing is obvious, or nothing is like, that's normal. It's just not that. Everything is new. And last but not least, I think we all agree we learn most from mistakes we make ourselves, right? So let us do as much as possible. Put us on some pet project where we can fuck everything up, right? Where we can make really, really silly mistakes, right? Where we can do basically everything, where we also solve our mistakes ourselves, right? Because that's basically, I still know what let's say week 1 in boot camp, what I made a mistake there and solved it and was proud. I still know how to do these things, right? So that's just the best way to learn, I think. Of course, please, no production code, of course not, right? But I think there's plenty of some pet projects, some small projects you can do just next to the job where you can really try yourself out, make everything, break everything and then fix it again. That's basically it. I hope you are ready and get some more updates and details. One last thing, just a last link I want to share. It's actually some link for pair programming with juniors. Basically generally. So Tuple, it's an app for collaborating and working together in pair program. They made this pair programming guide, which is really, really awesome. And they have a specific section about junior developers. But I think basically the whole guide is really, really helpful if you're planning to work with junior developers. If you want to mentor them, then I would definitely advise reading it. It's a very good piece of advice. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for such inspiring talk. And I think it's true for the IT industry, but it's, I think, something you can apply really for any job, switching from industry to industry. These things hold true across the globe. So any questions for Verena from the audience? Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it was a lot. Well, I had the advantage that I had already a lot of friends and network in the IT industry. So that really helped me. Talking to them, getting from them like, yeah, that's normal. It's not you. You're not stupid. And just keep doing, or giving me some advice, sneaking through some code. So that is definitely helpful, like having an environment which is supportive and helps you through.
I would say that is one aspect to it. Then of course it's also a bit kind of personality. I want to do it. I want to do it now, right? And no, I mean no matter what it takes, it isn't the fact, but it's a bit like that. But it is a lot of like try to get a supportive network, supportive environment as much as possible. And also something you learn very fast is make breaks, right? I mean, that's like, I haven't mentioned, it's kind of obvious, and you never should put something obvious for granted. I'm sorry I made the same mistake, but breaks out of nature, somewhere completely different. 1 week not coding, which feels really weird if you're learning it just because it's like I lost so much time. But sometimes it's really helping you just to get a fresh hat, fresh to new problems. And yeah, listen to yourself and your body. And if you need a break, it's completely fine. And you make a break and then you take it on.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Yes.
Yeah. Hmm? Well, yeah. It's a real bias, right? Especially my title. If I would go for titles, my title before was CEO, co-founder, and lead recruiter, right? I mean, how fancy is that, right? And I had employees and so on, right? You're absolutely right. It is interesting. Funnily, it wasn't bothering me so much. Actually, also in my if I was applying for somewhere, I explicitly wrote, like, I can understand you are kind of irritated. I'm a CEO and want to become junior. I see that. But for me, it made sense. And I have to admit that, well, I did some interviews, not, I mean, incredibly much, but some for a technical role. And there was just one where it was really like, okay, junior means like you are there, right? Because you don't know nothing of what we do. And the rest was always really supportive and okay, we understand where you come from. We understand that you have also some project management experience and so on. I mean, you would still be a junior, but you would of course be, let's say, a more progressed junior than maybe someone fresh out of a university. So I was actually lucky to have that background or supportiveness from employers. So there are companies out there really seeing it, and it makes it easier. And yeah, and then when I go to somewhere where I have to pitch myself, then maybe I just leave the junior maybe out, and I'm a cloud consultant because I am a cloud consultant. Actually, we even skipped in a company the junior title, and we are now having levels. But I would never say I'm a L1. I mean, long story short. Yeah, but it is tricky. But it's also really depending on the environment you have. Again, like, does that help?
Yes, one more question we can take. Go ahead.
Hmm? Well, I would put stress on it because it's your unique selling point, let's say. Or it is something making you special next to all the others applying for the same role. And that you have that kind of life experience, that you bring something else on top on the table. So I would definitely put that in there. I think you don't have to like explain why you did the change, but rather you did it, you love it, awesome, I'm here. But you should definitely not hide it. And well, HR people acknowledge that, of course, like not all of them, and it's really depending on the company. But to my experience, and also from my HR network I have from former times, most of the companies really acknowledge it. And I mean, to also be bloody honest, I mean, companies want to have more female engineers. They want to be more diverse. So that's also always a plus. If you're a female career changer, it actually is easier. It makes life sometimes really easier. But still, if you're not a female career changer, but a career changer, you should still be very open about it and proud about it, because I mean, it takes a lot. All the career changers here know it. It's a lot of effort. You do it partly next to your regular job. I mean, you even through that, you show how much you want it, right? And that's definitely something you should mention and be proud of.
Absolutely, it takes courage.
Yes.
Verena is here for the rest of the day.
I
so
will.
Another round of applause for her talk today.
Thank you.
We'll take a 10-minute break to set up the stage for our panel, and then see you back here at 3:30. Hi, hi. Hi, 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 hi. Okay, we are all ready and waiting for you to get ready.
Check, check. Check, check.
Yep.
Cool. This is basically the last part of the official program for today. So if we run a little longer, it's okay, because there is nobody behind us. And it will be a 30-minute panel discussion, and we'll leave time at the end for questions. So then let's start. Hi. The term remote work became popular during the pandemic. I think that's kind of safe to say, and forced the majority of office workers to work from home. Since then, it's been called working from home or mobile working, agile work. All sorts of different terms have been used to kind of describe the same thing. But the whole thing started in '79, where 5 IBM employees were allowed to work from home as an experiment. And the experiment was so good that 10 years or 4 years later, it was actually 2,000 people that were working from home at IBM. And since the 80s, the normalization of remote work has been on a steady incline with a huge push that the corona pandemic brought. The term digital nomad came around in '92, and when we think of remote work, of course, we think of the IT branch. But I think with the pandemic, this has pushed everybody to start frantically sending out emails. We're switching to working from home policies until further notice. And we are here to say, to think and analyze, has this further notice now been reached? Is everybody going back to the office, or is this now the new normal of the workforce? One fun thing I found was that the cities in which the population of remote workers increased significantly are now referred to Zoom towns. Thought that was interesting, didn't know that. So what are the benefits and challenges of remote work? Today we are joined with 3 panelists, and Dimitris Kyriakakis, who's a full-stack developer with more than 10 years of experience, and he's been doing working for home or digital nomading since before it was cool. He's doing full-stack development and occasionally traveling with his laptop and trying out unusual kinds of lunch breaks, like skiing, windsurfing, and drone photography. Welcome, Dimitris. Second member of our panel is Saskia, who is an advanced analytics consultant and at InfoMotion. She followed the digital nomad approach at the InfoMotion as often as possible and has already worked from Italy, Spain, Holland, and recently went to South Africa for 10 weeks to escape the German winter. And I think I speak for everyone in Germany, especially in the north of Germany, when I say I can't help but love that journey for you. Welcome, Saskia, and thanks for taking the time to share your experience with us today. Last but not least, we're honored here to have Hannes Boyksen, who is the head of beach offices, and I would love to hear where that title came from. During his management career, he repeatedly had the chance to work abroad with international teams, and this inspired him to find and design new digital nomad opportunities for people he works with. He's focused on establishing team experiences at unusual workplaces. The most popular and unique one he developed at InfoMotion is the integrated sabbatical in Namibia in South Africa. I mean, we hear about remote work from employees a lot, so it's great to have someone from the management level tell their side of the story. Welcome as well. So the first question I have to start off the discussion is for Dimitris. So you've been working remotely before it was cool. How do you consider yourself a digital nomad? And how did the corona pandemic change the view of remote work in your experience?
Yeah, well, there are people that are way more digital nomads than me. I do it like some months a year. Some other people do it like 12 months a year. Well, the pandemic transitioned remote work from a privilege or a perk of a select amount of employees to actually viable and effective working arrangement that was adopted by companies. And companies finally reevaluated the financial benefit of reducing their physical footprint and actually not having to maintain these large office spaces, which also has environmental impact, by the way. Another important aspect is the wider talent pool that they have nowadays, because the geographical restrictions don't exist anymore. They can hire people from Asia, from the United States. I speak about European companies, of course, but this is worldwide. Technology has also advanced. I remember myself 5 years ago, I had this USB-powered headset, and whenever I had to connect to a Slack call, the microphone was not working. And here we are nowadays, joining our Zoom virtual conference rooms, having the Caribbean or a background, using wireless noise-canceling headsets. We don't realize it because we experience it every day, but the technological advancement on that section is like really remarkable. Yeah, and I think that's basically it.
Cool, thank you so much. Hannes, you take remote work to the next level. And Dimi already mentioned some advantages of companies pushing for remote work. Do you see the issue of German laws, let's say, call them like that, as an obstacle on this?
German laws.
Laws.
Sorry, the German laws, okay,
Yes,
I understood German walls. That is some time ago,
No.
maybe. Yeah, the German laws, it's not the German laws actually, it's the European laws, which is an obstacle, of course. But it's less the country's obstacles or laws that is stopping people from working remote, especially working from other countries, which is what I'm most passionate about. It's about the companies. It's about the CEOs, the company culture. It's the question if they are providing you or giving you the chance to work remote and also work from abroad, of course. And beside laws and CEOs and whoever is judging on it, of course, it's also the way you work. I mean, people in different companies are not able to work abroad or work remote, of course. And then it sometimes might be just fair to also tell the IT people and other people who are able to work remote to stay or come back to the companies and work on site, of course. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Saskia, a question for you. Is this the first time you worked with all the possibilities of remote work? And did you have any reservations or questionable things in your mind thinking, how is this going to work out?
So in this way, it's the first time. Before it was like maybe working 1 or 2 days at home per month. And then with the beginning of Corona, it was staying more at home. And then with the program from Hannes, it was more working and traveling from somewhere else than being at home. So yeah, this is the first time in this way for me. And some reservations I had before working from home, of course, what everyone has, like not seeing your colleagues, not having physical experience. This was a little bit tough in the beginning, but I think we managed with some more meetings to get there where we've been before with the physical experience you had. And the other thing clearly was internet connection, because when you work somewhere else, you need to make sure that you have the connection to work from where you're staying. So this was a little bit tough in the beginning, but now we have co-working spaces. We can book ourselves a space to work from, so that is everything fine.
Nice. I would like to go back to your point about the CEOs setting the rules, and also for the industries where remote work is not necessarily always possible. And we hear this a lot, that the companies are then trying to incentivize people to pull them back into the office. Is this creating the feeling of remote work being a privilege at some companies? Because for those people who don't have the option of working remotely, they have to come to the office. There is no choice. And now the bringing back people in the office is trying to lure them back in with fun activities, team activities. What's your feeling about this?
Asking especially me?
Yes, but everybody else can jump in at any time.
Well, I mean, I am in the management, and I'm also facing the problem that we need to get back to meet each other like we do it here. I would not have preferred to do this one as a hybrid meeting or even a remote-only meeting. So the question is, what is the reason to come back to the office, or not come back to the office? It sounds negative. What is the reason to come together and work together? Why is it needed? And this question is really struggling us in the management. And as you said, we're doing a lot of events, different things to come together. Also investing in it. I mean, it's not cheap to do a big party in the office or bring 500 people together in Germany, in Berlin, in a big party. But it is so important to have that. And I think a lot of people want to come back. And some other people may be struggling also to meet with other ones again. So sometimes you just have to push it a little bit. But I'm pretty sure that we have the new normal already established, that we have the chance to come back and work together, of course, but it is very focused on events or special days. Like in our office in Hamburg, we have the Thursday, and people sometimes, they don't come in the morning for working. They start coming at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, because they know from 6 o'clock onwards, the ping pong table is open and the fridge is full of beer. And that is what we want. So it's not like the privileged one. It is a new normal one, but we still need to find reasons to come together. And just let me add that thing about the integrated sabbatical, because it's different to what you are doing. Like, you are traveling on your own and working from somewhere abroad as it is possible. One of the ideas behind the integrated sabbatical was that we are traveling with 10 people of our company. So that is really teaming, that is teamwork. That is not like an event in our office in Hamburg for one day. That is staying, working, and living together for 10 weeks in a crew. And the crew is people completely mixed up from the company. So they don't know in advance who they are traveling with, which is also adventurous. And that experience to work together for such a time, that is so important, and that is so good. Saskia might disagree, but
no, of course not.
When I was in Namibia for 10 weeks, when she was in South Africa, parallel was very extreme teaming. That is so nice. So you don't need to talk about a privilege and then coming together. That is a privilege to come together.
Yeah, I really like the approach that you described, especially the random people that you mix in these retreats, because it should be a challenge to like co-live and co-work with random people out of a sudden, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, because it's also with the remote working, you just get to know the people that are in your team, that you have the meetings with, and with such opportunity, you meet people from all over the company, also service areas or different other business units you would normally not be in touch with, because your technology are focused on different aspects. So it was really a good opportunity to network, get to know each other, and also for further projects you might have in the future, you know who you're dealing with. So it was really fun.
Yeah, makes sense. And also the occasional events in the office, I think this is also very important. I mean, as a developer, I also like going to the office occasionally. I think this is the key word here. It's not like a requirement, But yeah, developers, sometimes we need to work together to like learn the strengths, learn the weaknesses of our peers, to develop better relationships with them. So it's not only about socializing, I think.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, nothing is perfect, of course. There are advantages and disadvantages to both models, let's say. So which are some of the main drawbacks of remote work in your opinion, and which countermeasures did you come up with to balance these out for all three of you?
For me, one of the major drawbacks was having so many meetings in the beginning, because you could not just like have one meeting and then work for the rest of the day. There was like this controlling aspect. You want to be sure that people are working, so you set up one meeting after another, and this just gone away with time. So people trusted you that you're still doing your work, even if you're working remote or working from South Africa, you still get your tasks done. So it's just like working the same way you did before, or maybe working a bit harder to show that you're still into it, and then it was fine for me. That's one thing.
But here comes the danger. You need to have stable internet connection wherever you go. Yeah, I mean, it has happened like so many times that you go in a place and you don't have like stable internet connection. But nowadays you can also load virtual SIM cards on your phone. You can change carriers. There are many things that you can do to like mitigate this risk.
I mean, we really got used to do the remote work during the last 3 years. I did the first integrated sabbatical even before the pandemic, and that was much more challenging because nobody was used to it like we are now. So especially the managers sitting in Germany, they were really negative about what we are doing because they could not believe that we are working hard there and giving the same output. But the main challenge on working remote is, as Saskia said, you're losing the focus, and I think that will stay. That when you're working remote, you're not focused on working together with your colleagues on your main tasks. You're just losing that focus. And that is different if you're sitting in the office. And you can sit in the office in Namibia, and there you are focused because you're working together with the colleagues. And this challenge I have no solution for working from home. I mean, it is nice to work remote. It's good. It's also good to go out on the water, do some surfings in between, or doing the dishwasher at home, whatever. But I have no solution for this challenge especially. So this is for me one of the main challenges for working remote, yeah.
Focus, you mean, right?
Sorry?
Focus, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that this is an important aspect. But on the other hand, for example, even if we're at home, we just need a dedicated place that we call a workspace. And we just sit at our ergonomic chair and we get into the zone and we work and we focus. And I think that even if we're in remote locations, we can do something about like that. For example, I carry always my portable screen with me, my iPad, so like I set up a desk. I really have this for work. So I think somehow in a way you can also get this feeling of a workspace in remote locations.
But then just let me add, it's not only the focus on the work, it's also the focus on the life. If it comes to lunchtime at 12 o'clock, people around you are starting to knocking on your door and saying, we want to go to lunch now, so just drop your calls and come on. And you don't have that at home. And then you find yourself, it's 1:30 and the next call is starting and I did not have lunch. So also that is what I mean about focus.
Yeah, I agree.
And this brings me to the next point, which is, in my mind, the biggest drawback of remote work, this unstructured or the loss of boundaries, because you're there, right, and you're working, and of course you don't want to be interrupted even though it's lunchtime because there is nobody to interrupt you. And then the next meeting starts, and then it's 5 o'clock and you haven't eaten anything. And then you get up and quickly eat something, but then you come back because you need to finish it up. There is just very easy to get into this loop and never really stop. How do you deal? Do you have these issues, and how do you deal with them, all of you?
I had some of these issues before when I started working from home, but you just need to have self-discipline to set you boundaries that, okay, you're working until this appointment at this day, and afterwards when you're closing your laptop and put it away, it's like
Don't
over.
get it again.
Yeah, but it's tough. I also had to get a dedicated place where I was working, so I know if I put it away, I'm at home and no longer at work. And also when people ask me if I want to have appointments later than I usually would have them in the office, I learned to say no, so I would have them before at the normal working hours. But it was tough in the beginning.
Yeah, a trick that helped me manage this was to actually uninstall all communication apps from my phone. So only if I'm at my laptop, then I will get my emails, then I will get into Slack, I will get all these bumpy notifications. But on my phone, no Slack, no Outlook.
Yeah, I think I made this mistake and downloaded Teams on my phone for a couple of hours, and it was the most stressful few hours of my life. Horrible, horrible thing. Never do that. But learning to say no is, for me, still a challenge, because like, yeah, you're at home, sure, you can pop into this meeting, and yeah, it's at 7, but you're at home, so yeah. Okay. What about hybrid work? I feel that's another big challenge, and I was lucky or unlucky enough to be on both ends of that, and it's not fun on either side, I guess. But it's if I would have to choose, it's a lot less fun on the remote side than the in-person side. What's your experience with that?
Yeah, I'm completely not a friend of doing hybrid meetings. I'm really trying to avoid it. And in my team, we are separated, or we are spread all over Germany, but the 50% of the team is staying in Hamburg. So what happens is that we are staying with 50% of the team in the meeting on site, and the other ones are joining remote, which is hybrid. And it doesn't work. It doesn't make fun for all the remote people in there. So what happened after a few months, we realized it, we talked about it, and then we went back to, like, we are sitting in the office, but everybody is sitting at his own desk and dialing in remotely. Because that is what is most fair for all the members. It is not fair to do a hybrid meeting, because it always happens that on site you have small talk, you have the gestures that you don't get when you're working remote. So that is how we are dealing with it. But the main thing is we are dealing that if we cannot avoid it. The main focus for me is to avoid doing the hybrid meetings. And what we're also trying to do is do more on-site meetings than we did in the past. Like having really the focus ones, not coming together for a team event twice a year, but trying to come together every month. Maybe smaller teams, but then just do really a day together in Berlin, in Munich, wherever you want to, but it's just important to separate on-site from remote work and not trying to do it hybrid. My point of view.
Yeah, I agree. On the other hand, as Hannes said, some of hybrid meetings cannot be avoided. And there are ways to make them funnier nowadays. I really like at my current team, we have this AI-powered camera that recognizes faces and focuses on gestures for people that are on site. So if you are joining remotely, you can actually choose which faces you want to focus on when you're following the meeting. And yeah, as I said, it's not the most optimal way, but some hybrid meetings cannot be avoided anyway.
I think it's a good option if you have someone, for example, we had it last week when we had our team meeting, and someone was a little bit sick, so he couldn't join the meeting on site, but he could jump in remotely. So if something like this is the case, I think it's a good option to have hybrid meetings, but in general, like Hannes and Dimi said, yeah.
The main arguments for in-office working are about building relationships, team spirit, knowledge transfer, and especially for people just entering the workforce. Do you take this into consideration when you hire new people? How do you make sure that they're onboarded correctly and not kind of left in the silo while everybody else is at home?
For us, we have an internal trainee program, and in the beginning, we had done everything remotely, but now we're doing it a little bit differently. The first week is on-site, so you're meeting with all the trainers, all the mentors, and everyone from who you're working with. And then afterwards, people who cannot join or who are like in the team but you cannot meet them on site, you will get tasks in order to call the people, set up a meeting, clear some answers you have for them, and get in touch remotely. So it's a combination, but I think the first contact should be on site, so you have the experience.
Yeah, another way is like I learned this from my first employer. These working buddies, like for the first month that somebody's joining, he gets this working buddy, and whichever tasks he picks up, they have to work with their working buddy, pair on it, on Zoom calls and so on, and then they have the opportunity to get to know them better, to get to know the code base and other aspects of the work as well. So I think that would help.
And is that then remotely or in person?
Remotely.
Okay. And that works well.
I mean, I think if you have a person to speak to, like while you're working on something, then you also speak to them for other topics.
Yes.
And this is, I think, this policy fosters this to like develop the relationships between the developers.
Saskia, you mentioned first you had the onboarding completely remotely, and now you introduced this hybrid onboarding. Was there a reason why the remote onboarding didn't really work so well and you switched?
It worked for the time we had it because it was not possible to see each other in the office at that time. So now I would just say it's better because we have the option to see each other in person. But it worked out, so it was not like something that really gone wrong during that time. It's just better to have the physical contact.
You mentioned in the beginning the trust issue. So people set up a lot of meetings just to see that you are working. And I want to hear everybody's point of view, and I mean Hannes as well. How is the trust issue working with remote work? Like, do you have to stop yourself from checking up on people and stuff?
It's no change at all for me because I was used to have the people spread around the country before as well. And I mean, as consultants, we were used to spend 4 days a week on site at the customer. And so the customer took care for it and looked after it. But we are very used to have our performance measured by our systems. So I don't really need to check on the performance of the people. And I made the experience from the other point of view, not from the management point of view. Like, I'm checking people. It was when we went to South Africa the first time before the pandemic. As I mentioned before, I had to show the other management colleagues that it is possible to bring your performance when you're working remotely, while all the others were working on site at the customer side. And that was a challenge for me. And there I did a lot of micromanagement on my own and showing the other managers that it is possible that you're getting the performance done there with the whole crew. And when I went to Namibia this time, or also let the other people do the South Africa thing, which I also organized for them, it was like nobody was asking about that. So I think it has changed already so much, and that's even a positive thing about it, that you are able and you have the freedom to do that, to work whenever you want to, and also with some boundaries from wherever you want to. And I think that is a positive change that has taken place during the pandemic, actually. So I would say it's like the opposite. It was a challenge maybe at the beginning of the pandemic, but if you just think about 3 or 4 years back, it was more challenging than it is now.
Yeah, I mean, trust in all aspects of life. Trust takes time. And I think that also in work, no employer would trust an employee from day one without having some sample of work from them. What I have been trying to do is, like, whenever I have a task, because I'm a developer, I have concrete tasks. I need to fix a bug, I need to implement a feature, to create a design. I try to go, and I'm at a remote location, I always try to go a little bit the extra mile to like yes, some days I might be able only to work like 4 hours in the morning, but then whenever I get online at night, I'm trying to do what I'm supposed to do and maybe even go even further. And I think that's like how you can gain trust from your employer and also gain more flexible policies.
Absolutely. I have one last question before we take questions from the audience. So you guys are in the consulting business with your clients. Has the pandemic and the remote work affected these relationships at the times when you weren't able to be on site?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been able to fix everything?
It really is a challenge for us that the customers have changed their behavior also so much, because we're really losing the contact. We're losing the direct contact, of course, and we had an event 3 weeks ago in Heilbronn at one of our major main customers. We organized it. We have an office there. We built that office just to stay close to our customer, and also because they don't have enough space. And then we organized this event 3 weeks ago. 30 people from Infomotion drove down there. I mean, it takes me 7 hours to go there. And then you have a beer, you have some networking with them. And the funny thing was that afterwards they were so thankful that we had organized it, because they did not meet themselves during the last 3 years. So there were colleagues from the customer who met first after 3 years of time because we organized this event. And that is really crazy. And but that shows how important it is to come together, and also how difficult for us it is as a consultant to get close to the people, as they are not used to be back in the offices at all. And that is really a challenge for the consulting business. It's a big challenge, and it's really something that we cannot fix it. We need to find new ways of coming together. And again, for me, the on-site meeting is there's no replacement doing it remotely. And that is something that is changing so much. So I think the event-based things like doing hackathons together with a customer, maybe doing events like this one, networking more in a how can you say it? Like, I'm motivated to come here by my own. Yeah, it's, you don't need to be judged to come here. Yeah. So if you can handle that, then it would be perfect.
Yes.
And for me, one big thing that changed is the time that I spent traveling for getting to a place, to get to the customer. Before the pandemic, I was 4 days a week at the site to work for the customer. Now I can work from everywhere I want to. I have the time for traveling privately. So this is one major thing that changed for me, definitely.
In the positive way.
Sorry?
In the positive way.
Yes, positive.
So instead of spending time on commuting, you can be more efficient while working. Okay. Yeah, I agree to what both said. And in terms of the relationship and the on-site meetings that you mentioned, at my current team we have a really nice habit, like we call this fika. It comes from Sweden or something. A Swedish colleague brought it, and for 1 hour a week, we just all join the Zoom room that we have, and we play a game. So we don't work together, but we play a game. But it's like a meeting, but we play a game, and this really like helps us foster the relationships between the teams, and not having the problem that Hannes described.
That actually sounds fun. Great. Thank you, guys. Does anybody have a question or a comment, or wants to share an experience with us? Yes. Yes. Just speak up really loudly.
The second question is easy. So because I think we all got very used to it, to have the camera working, to have internet connection working, to have a good computer at home. We also have complete desk, chair, and also all that equipment which is needed to stay healthy at home. Also, mental health is also very important. And of course, we judge our people, and I judge myself also for that, to always switch the camera on. Just always do it, and if someone is not doing it, then just give them a hint. You forgot to switch on your camera. But we can do it in our company. I cannot tell my customers to do it, and we have customers. I haven't seen them for 3 years now. So I'm always staying with the camera on. And then it's like, it's a change which is taking place. If you're always having the camera on, then after a few months, the customer is saying, it's Mr. Boyksen, he has always his camera on. And then after 2 weeks or 2 months later, he's also putting it on. And then the next one is putting it on. So I think that is easy. The first one was about the boundaries, right? That is more difficult. Which boundaries do we have? We as IT people, we are all able to do the remote work. I mean, sometimes we just need a bigger monitor to be effective on it, but we are able to do the work. The more important question for me always is not if I'm able to do the work, but if I'm allowed to do the work remotely. Because especially if you're working from abroad, then we have data security issues with our customers. We sometimes it's also just not fair to do it. I mean, it's not fair to work from Namibia. If the customer people, they always have to come to the office every day. Then for me as a consultant, I will try to work the same way they do. So the question of, the main question for me is, am I allowed to work from abroad? That is my main boundary. And the boundary is not set from governments, laws, as I mentioned at the beginning. It's more like the company's culture.
Thank you. Any other questions? I saw you first. Yes.
I'm sorry, just did not understand
Okay,
the
I'll
question. As there was a baby, I understood that better. Sorry for that.
I can repeat the question for
please.
our live stream anyways. So the question is, the remote work is actually saving companies money because they don't have to pay for office space, traveling, and all the kind of stuff. But in his experience, it sounds like remote jobs have less pay and less benefits compared to others. So is this the case for your company as well, that your remote people get less money and have worse benefit? Was that correct? Thank you.
No, they're not getting less money.
That was rather short.
And they are getting, no, it's actually, of course, we don't have so much travel expenses now anymore, which is much more than the office expenses. But what we are offering is a desk, a big desk, a professional chair. Yeah, you're laughing, but a good office chair costs you 800 euros. It's not like the private office chair that you are working on at home. And you're having a big monitor and all those things. I mean, like every colleague is getting that delivered at home. And then make it copy and paste, because I still have the same equipment in the office, because if people want to come to the office once a month, then they also should have the same equipment. So I'm not saving money by letting people work remote. And of course, there's no saving on the salary or something. The worst thing is that our customers are argumenting that way and saying, okay, if you're not coming to on-site to us anymore, then you can you can invest the money, or you can make it cheaper for us. And just what will they say? Invest the money or making it cheaper. And that is really a challenge also. That we need to reduce our day rates because of the remote work. We don't have good arguments against it.
There was a question in the back, yes. Saskia, you already talked about that. Do you just want to?
Yeah. For me, it was this dedicated working area I had. So whenever I was in this area, I was at this specific part of my desk. I was at work, and whenever I was somewhere else in my flat, I was not working anymore. So this was one of the main things to get close to. Okay, I'm going home from my company. I'm closing the door. I'm driving home. It's something like this. So putting the laptop away was one thing to deal with it.
Yeah, and very important, I agree. And to add something here, sometimes we finish work, we leave our desk, but we want to check something on our laptop, maybe watch a movie or something. So it's a huge mistake to still stay on your desk and watch the movie there. Take your laptop on your lap, sit somewhere in your living room and watch the movie. So yeah, exactly what Saskia said, a dedicated workspace. Whenever you're there, you're working. You stand up, end of story.
One tip I can add to that is I don't close my laptop. I just kind of leave it in whatever. It's a different thing. But I make sure I put it on mute, because if you just walk away and you hear like beep beep and like but if it's on mute, then there is still a peace of mind and you don't have this urge to go back and check. We have time for one more question, and then go ahead. Okay, the question was, do you have a feeling the creativity is less when you're working remotely?
I felt more the opposite sometimes. It depends on the situation. So when I was working remotely in South Africa with the team and had different people I can talk to about problems I might have during work, I got some other perspective. So even working remotely, but with some other colleagues there, it was a boost. On the other side, whenever I'm at home, I can call whoever I want to call, so to get a new perspective. And sometimes I just need to be by myself and work on the problem, and not being forced away for something else or get a talk in between. So it really depends on what problem you're working on. I would not say that there's always a problem with creativity for me.
Yeah, I agree. I think it also depends on if the location that you're traveling to is a new one, because if you travel to a new location, there are so many things around you, experiences, places that you want to visit. So what I usually do if I travel to a new location, I leave some days off in the beginning so that I can settle in, see the place around, take this out of my head, and then try to get back my routine and my working morning, and then do some sessions during the afternoon. But like the first days, I dedicate them to the place, all the experiences and so on, and then I set back my working routine.
Yeah, I would also agree. It depends completely on your tasks. You have tasks that you need to work together on, and then I have tasks which I can solve the best when I'm on the water doing some kite surfing, because then you have like a free mind, or like new places that you see, and then you get the experiences and you get the impulse from external. So sometimes it's also just nice to be on your own. But the worst thing is to be bored, and you can be bored in the office, you can be bored at home. So for that you need to find solutions, not for the place.
Great. Thank you so much for this great discussion and all your experiences and insights. Thank you also, guys, for participating, and let's just give them a round of applause and get them off the stage. Before we continue, do we, for those of you who took part at the bug challenge, there are official winners. So would the people from the bug challenge come to the stage, please, and announce the winners for today? I think you can pick any mic you like.
Hello?
Or does it work?
Hello, hello? Yeah. So, hello everyone, my name is Tufan and this is Sergey. We are from Project Joker and we are here to announce the winners of the Project Joker Bug Challenge. We are starting with the 5th place with 5 minutes, 20 seconds and 60 milliseconds. Jonas H. Please come to the stage. If you want, show it to everyone. Everyone is curious. Come to the stage. So we continue with the 4th place, a very close one with 5 minutes, 19 seconds and 91 milliseconds. Dimitris K. Now on to the 3rd place with 5 minutes and 2 seconds, Moritz N. Have fun. And now we come to the more exciting prizes with the 2nd place with 4 minutes, 31 seconds and 30 milliseconds, Timo B. Open it on stage.
This better be good.
Congratulations, have fun with it.
Thank you, thanks.
And now our final winner, the 1st place with 3 minutes, 56 seconds and 22 milliseconds. The 1st place, Sarah Z. Congratulations. Congratulations. Have fun. I hope everyone had fun. It was a nice little challenge and check us out, Project Joker.
Thanks, you guys, for organizing the challenge. Thanks to all the participants. Maybe we take a 3-minute break. You're also welcome to stay in your seats and don't walk away because we're just doing closing remarks. So stay patient until we set up our next speaker and then we'll take it from there. And get your bookmarks out. Yes, this is the bookmarks time. If you lost them, go to Julia, she has more bookmarks. Got your bookmarks out.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. Okay, that was the break. Go back to your seats or stay standing around, but talk less. Great. And I hope everybody has a bookmark now. And now you'll find out what it's all about.
Okay, thank you. So you can hear me? Yeah. Great. So first of all, sorry, it's not full screen. You see like the browser stuff. I don't know how to fix it right now, but I think it works, hopefully. So yeah, how I wanted to start actually. So this pattern should look kind of familiar to you, I hope, because when you entered the conference today, you should have received a bookmark that looks like this or this. And it's a thank you note to all of you people here at the conference, no matter in what capacity you are here. A thank you because you, the people, are making this event actually the great event it is. And yeah, like it's the Social Developers Conference. It's about you, the people who are helping in any way and taking part. And now the question is, why am I talking about this and not, I don't know, Melissa or Julia or Sabrina or someone else? Well, the reason is that I came up with the idea for this bookmark and I created it, and then Julia asked me if I would talk about this for 5 to 10 minutes on stage. And yeah, what can I say? This is actually more of a challenge to only talk about it for 5 to 10 minutes than doing the whole project itself, but well, here goes nothing. Hi, I am Safi. I am a data scientist by day at Backend, currently in parental leave though, and a creative data visualization developer, you might call it, by night. Now you might wonder, why would someone with a 9-month-old baby at home, looking at you, Anno, in the back, spend their nights creating data visualizations for conference bookmarks instead of sleeping, for example? Yeah, that would be a fair question. So actually, data visualization and data art has grown into such a passion of mine within the last few years that I really genuinely enjoy looking at data visualizations, data art, and also yeah, crafting those hopefully sometimes interesting, mesmerizing, engaging projects myself. So when I think about it, maybe I should correct that. And yeah, that's more like it. So the more passionate I got about the topic, the more I was wondering why we don't see more of interesting visualizations, why we don't use the beauty of data more often. For example, to catch attention, to raise engagement, or to create awareness for certain topics. Overall, to make people excited about data, because like there are a lot of ways to do that. So I just try to do my part by creating small data illustrations like this once in a while, and also experimenting and researching different ways to visualize data in an interesting and fun way, for example, in form of 3D data sculptures or yeah, stuff like that. And last but not least, it is really an honor for me to support the Social Developers Club in its very own mission, which I really yeah, celebrate and I'm rooting for from the beginning, and it's an honor to be part, and thank you for asking me to be here. So now back to the project. In case you haven't seen it yet or haven't looked at it, it's a bookmark that contains a grid of icons. And each icon represents a person that is somehow being part of the conference. And on the back, you can see that the different icons reference different, I would say, ticket types, categories, whatever. And then there's also a placeholder for all tickets issued after the 1st of May, because I had to make a cut somewhere to get it printed in time, obviously. And now I will take you through my creation process in kind of hyperspeed. I hope I don't talk in hyperspeed, but you know what I mean. So I started my ideation process for this project at my whiteboard. I usually start data visualization projects by thinking about the data design system I want to create. So questions like which visual elements will I use, what rules will I apply, and once I had a rough idea, I went on to Adobe Express, where I came up with the icon logic. So the icons are created by 4 quarter circles, which are arranged in a 2x2 grid, and they have the quarters have different orientations, so they form different shapes. And finally, I created a mock-up in Adobe Express as well, so there's nothing really data behind, it's really just a mock-up of the idea, how it could look in the end. And looking back, honestly, there are a few things I would do differently next time, so I thought I'd share this with you. So first of all, Adobe Express is really not the tool I would recommend. It was just what I had at hand at the time, and it was like a quick solution. I would have preferred Adobe Illustrator, for example, if you have the license, or probably any other tool. I don't know, I had a lot of performance issues, so responsiveness was not so great, and loading times, because I had so many icons. So for the scale of the project, it just wasn't right. Also next time, I will spend way more time at the whiteboard or scribbling my ideas, and don't work on such a detailed mock-up. So that was like not the best idea from to begin with, because actually I wasted some time in the details of the mock-up. So this was really not so useful, but hey, at least this awesome mock-up, was something that I could show Julia, and she was on board, so I keep telling myself it was good for that. So finally, I went on coding, and I created this data illustration generator. Of course, I could have just coded the visualization, or I could even done it without any code at all. I mean, it's not so much data. But however, I usually try to build generic solutions that I can reuse for other data sets, for other purposes, and also that are parametric, so I can like interactively or iteratively develop the design and change certain things. So the input for this data illustration generator is a simple data.csv file with 2 columns, type and count, so type for the different ticket types and count for the count of attendees for each category. And if you want to visualize another data set with a similar data structure, you can just switch the data CSV file in the project folder, and yeah, just the naming needs to be the same, of course, the data.csv and the column names. And the output is the visual you see on the screen. Obviously, it's an SVG file, a scalable vector graphic, but there's also a download button, and then you get it as PNG or as SVG, and you also get a CSV file holding all the configurations for the certain output you just see, and a second CSV file which holds the order of the icons, because the icons are placed randomly. So if you want to, at some point, recreate one certain design you created, you need to know in which order the icons were appended. So thanks to this parametric approach, I am now able to create thousands of visuals in no time for different data sets, for the same data set. And that's pretty much a typical creative coding method, which I think is really, really interesting to combine with data visualization. So like that's why I built a tool for it, so I can reuse it and experiment. And I think it's pretty cool, actually. Maybe it's just the nerd in me, but for me it's cool. So now a little bit more to the code, not too detailed due to the time, but there are 2 JavaScript libraries like central to the solution. Most importantly, D3JS, which is probably the most mostly used data visualization library. It's very powerful, and it lets you manipulate documents and create SVGs based on data. And I used D3JS to import the data, to transform it, and to assign it to the icons. And I also used D3JS to design the icons. So I created configuration object arrays. For each icon, there was a config, and then D3JS could read it in, and this is how I created the icons. And then there is another library, Lil GUI, or how I called it at home, Lil GUI. My husband thought it was a wrapper. I think it's fair. Which is a really, really cool small library that lets you create this floating collapsible control panels you see on the right. So I can add different variables and input types like sliders and buttons, drop-downs, whatever, to this floating panel, and then assign the changing variables in my code to different variables. And this is just nice for those kind of experimental approaches. It is often used in 3D web development, actually, but it's very useful for any experimental purpose, because otherwise I would have to change the code directly, which would mean a diff in my code, because I have the code on GitHub, and I hate that. And otherwise I could have like programmed a form myself for each thing, but I mean layout and it's so much overhead, so that's a really nice solution. So now that I had downloaded the final icon grid, I went back to Adobe Express, still no recommendation, where I added the overlay, the text, and whatsoever is still is also on this bookmark, and I exported it. So one quick last reflection on this maybe. Next time I will spend more time optimizing the colors for print. So I'm not like a print designer, obviously, and I think it could be brighter. I'm not super happy, but it's a great learning for me, so I will use it for my next project. And also I will use a different print service, preferably a local one. If you know one, please let me know. And actually, that's it from me. So thank you so much for listening. The code is on GitHub. This is where you can find me. Not very active yet. Maybe we'll start posting more soonish. But now, without further ado, I hand over to Melissa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Safi. What a great way to say thanks to everybody here with such a creative bookmark. I would just like to bring your attention to very, very, very last thing we have today at 4:30ish, and I know it's already past 4:30, so you know, around this time. There is yoga, meditation, and breath mediation in room San Pauli, so all the way to the back where the workshops were, where you can go and end the day the way that we started it, mindfully. So after the closing remarks, which will be done in 30 seconds, you can take advantage of that. Otherwise, yes, I would like to say thanks to the organizers, to the panelists, to the workshop givers, to the entertainment providers, and by those I mean the Bug Challenge people and Felix up front, to our live stream station, to our sponsors for this great location and providing food and beverages, and of course to all of you for being here today and making this event awesome. And as I said in the opening, this conference is just a yearly celebration, and there are regular meetups of the Social Developers Club, and the upcoming one is already up here and on the meetup page, so you can keep up with the upcoming events. The one last thing is there is still some food left. There are some drinks left. There are maybe unfinished conversations. So take advantage of that. And the kick out time is at 7. So if you haven't left until then, you will be kicked out. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.